Welcome to the GameChanger 00100 show. I am your host, GameChanger. I want to apologize for the technical difficulties of my last show. It's sometimes spotty. I don't know, something with the internet. I did some checks now. Hopefully, I won't have this problem today. So we can have a nice, clean show. The thing about Street Dudes, I've been watching a lot of Tubi lately. And the thing about Tubi is that it's a lot of independent filmmakers, so it's a lot of B quality movies and stuff on there. And I watch the black movies because I am a novice student of sociology, and it's just interesting what is on black filmmakers' mind. And I'm not talking about the Ryan Coogler's or the Spike Lee's or people like that who actually make good quality movies. I'm talking about just like the base stuff. And what I've concluded is that, for one, they come from three places. That's Detroit, Atlanta, and Houston. And two, every woman is directly or indirectly a poll worker, and every man is directly or indirectly associated with the D-boy lifestyle. Now, I'm going to say this. From what I've noticed just living as an adult and being old enough to have seen the D-boy era, a lot of this Tubi stuff like to pretend like that never ended, and like it didn't end over 30 years ago. It is over. It is over. It is over. The whole Nino Brown era it's over. It has been over. Jeez, I can't stress enough how delusional Black society is if they think they can go to the ghetto and stand on a corner and make thousands a day. And then on the flip side, the pole dancing. And this is what I realized, like, because I've only been like a handful of times here in California. But what was made clear very early in going is that and I haven't been in over 10 years, that there's no money in pole dancing. You'll have like one, maybe two prima dancers. And then you have a bunch of girls that are just there to be there. They're hoping that they get $20 a night. But when you put it on the screen, these guys are just clocking dollars like, like, oh yeah, I got stacks a day because I'm Frank Lucas and I'm Bumpy Johnson and that's just how I get down, like Nino Brown and blah blah blah. Listen, it is not that type of party anymore. It is, and it hasn't been since like the Reagan era, since Reagan, Oliver North, and all that stuff happened, to where the government actually funneled it into your community, like Snowfall. That brief period of time really just shaped the culture, because for the first time, a lot of Black people got access to easy money. Well, who can say what's easy? But they got access to money quickly. It was an industry that was being created in the Black community when no other industry was. All other industries were failing. And they just kind of ran with it for going on 40 years now. Like, oh yes, it's still like that. Like, I haven't seen, even in the hood, I haven't seen like an actual, let's just call it, what it is, and that's crackhead, in a very long time, because people don't do that anymore. Because the people who were crackheads in the 80s are now like in their 60s now. It's not like people my age seen what it was doing to the previous generation and decided to grow up and do that. Or, and really younger people haven't done that either. So it's a failed enterprise. I think my favorite, I think the only person, well, I can't even say he's the only person that's been honest about it, because he makes things like Power and stuff that still over exaggerates. However, through The Mask, 50 Cents have always been honest about it. When he did the movie Get Rich or Die Trying, and he's talking about his youth, and he was saying that, really, I'm barely making minimum wage. And he was saying this like this was way back when. I'm barely making minimum wage. And then when you add to the fact that, I could get arrested for doing this, then, it's really not worth it. He was saying this as a D-boy. Now, the fiction comes in when it's like, oh, there's this new stuff. And hit the like button, people. Hit the like button. And the thing about the new stuff is that there is no new stuff in real life. Now, of course, there's fentanyl, but that's not necessarily new. There isn't like this. They're looking for a new narcotic that will hit the community the way CRACK did, and be exclusive to Black people. That's what they're looking for. And when they make these movies, that's what it's about. Doesn't happen like that in real life. So I watch these movies, these Tubi movies, and I can't get over how fascinated they are with the lifestyle. And one of the things that really hit me was that the D-boys, the fake D-boys, the rich D-boys that don't exist in real life, are always spending money hand over fist, making it rain on the strippers. And I'm not talking about like just at the club, even though they do that too to a ridiculous extent. I'm talking about they do it for them in real life, or at least on Tubi real life, meaning that they're their girlfriends outside of the pole. So the fantasy is that you're a big time D-boy, and you got a girl who's a stripper who's overweight but light skinned, so it's okay, with tattoos and everything, and she's the ride or die, and blah 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 blah. And things get twisted when you gotta go and you gotta run the streets, because the streets is the streets and the streets is the streets. It's the same story over and over again, but it's almost like they don't realize that she's a 304 and you're a trick. They don't realize that that is the dynamic that's going on there. It's like they're suffering from a virtual reality, like they're in a virtual reality. They're in a matrix where you handing a ex-worker money in exchange for femininity, affection, and X don't make you somehow a trick, because I do it with swag. So because there's an audience for this, it really tells me something. And it tells me that women fantasize about being 304s and men fantasize about tricking on 304s. Now, these are women who are probably already scrippers, but they ain't making no money. You know, like that one scripper who was like, I took my clothes off for $24 all night. That one. That's what it's really like. But they fantasize about, these guys who are just making it rain on my booty. And oh crap. Oh crap. But that's what we're dealing with. I want y'all to hit that like button. I'm gonna read some of your comments. She had me. What's going on? What's going on? Jeff, what's going on? Nug Nug out here winning with the Keishas. No, he's not. And that is the problem. And I'm going to break that down too. It would actually be nice if he were. It would actually be nice if he were, but he's not. And that's the problem. Now, he would be if the money train didn't stop in like 1994. If the money train kept running, he would be. But the money train stopped a very long time ago. Would it be profitable to build a studio for making Tubi movies, writers and all? I don't know. I don't know how much these movies make. And I don't know how much a studio costs. So, and maybe they already have them. Like some of these seem to come from the same group of actors, which really don't seem like they're actual actors. They're just like, like one day at a cookout, somebody said, "Hey, you want to do a movie?" And then they picked the most mid-looking, overweight chick and say, "Yes, you could be the star." It seems like it's that, to be perfectly honest. A Tubi B compound. I think if people started actually writing good movies that Netflix don't buy, it would be a good place for it. But it's all pretty much the same stuff. In fact, I'm going to go to Tubi. I'm going to go to Tubi just to show y'all what I'm talking about. Hold on. Let me turn on the TV, but let me turn the volume down. Hold on. Tubi. This analysis of Tubi script is more entertaining than Tubi. I'll see. Okay, I watch Tubi, but I don't watch Tubi. Meaning that I have it on in the background because it's easy to do and not get distracted. Like I can have Tubi on in the background at work, like music, and not really get distracted because it's so good. I can't do that with like a Star Wars or something like that. So yeah. All right, so this one is called, just added, it's called Transfer, and the ER is red. Let's see what that's about. A charmed life, successful therapist, of course. Against time reverse, shockingly evil reveal gifted her by a client session. Okay. Basically, this is an overweight Black woman who's highlighting her titties. And something happened. Tears of a Hustler, Part 3, of course. Of course. Let's see. Angels and Demon, which features, a dude with old dog braids and, a Flavor Flav platinum chain. Let's see. A straight laced daughter of a police chief falls for a local gang leader, of course, sparking a toxic romance that spirals into a world of course. Of course. All right, let's see. Uh, when a businessman is kidnapped, his fiancee and ex-wife must unite with undercover web of deadly secrets, forcing them to push their limits to survive. Okay, all right. That at least that's not like on some hood stuff. Let's see. Um, a woman's life is thrown in a perilous tailspin after she um, ends an affair with a dangerous lover she met in Alcoholics Anonymous. Oh, okay. Let's see. Let's see something that looks good. Let's see. Let's see. Baby Blues Playhouse. Okay, let's see what this is about. Rapper Baby Blues stars in his competition series where he hosts America's hottest contestants. They're not the. If this is America's hottest, then America is in a health crisis. All right, let's see. Ready to risk it all for fun, games, and cash prizes. Okay. Let's see. Parasite 2, Cougars, Blue Devils. Let's see what this is about. Dang, her neck, everything is tatted. And she's just walking around the playground with a gun. So with Tubi, like sometimes when you highlight the thing, the the like the silent version. Oh, I got the volume down, but the show comes on and give you like a trailer. A group of friends turn to stripping after job loss, but when club owner assaults one of them, they plan a heist for just holy crap. So basically, this is set it off on some stripper stuff. It's interesting. I swear. Ah, this one is called Snapped. Tamir has a stable job, loving girlfriend, and promising future, but the arrival of a charismatic new coworker threatens it all. Okay. And this one is called Hood Riches 3. We're not even gonna. Okay, so we get the gist. We get the gist of what is going on in the black community and how they like to pretend like the 80s drug boom never existed or never ended. It's kind of like if Italy pretended like the Roman Empire never ended. Like, okay, it's over. She's explaining she don't like the low hanging fruit. She likes her fruit rotten off the ground. Quite to the contrary, I think that she's describing street dudes as low hanging fruit. We're definitely going to get into it. All you watch is Tubi. Okay. Um, so much of black media is just celebrating degeneracy. It's sad. Yes, it is. And also, but it's telling. And that's why I watch it. It's sad, but it's telling. And what it's telling is that we like to live in a fantasy. And it also tells us that hood dudes fantasize about tricking without being called tricks. And hood Keisha fantasize about hoeing without being called a hoe. Hit the like button. That's what it's telling me. You have the one movie that's like set it off talking about, these strippers, these strippers had to go into a life of crime in order to blah 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 blah. They fantasize about it. It's telling. But let's see what she has to say. Now, actually, I'm not even going to give a physical assessment of her just yet.
The men most likely to give you money are men from the streets. My bestie and I have come to this conclusion, and this is after years of dating men who are in the corporate space, who are in different industries, finance, tech, you name it, whatever, okay? And I think it's something to be said because a lot of women, particularly black women, obviously other women of color, are dating these men, going to these country clubs, going to these places, assuming that these white men are going to take care of you or these other men are going to take care of you. And I just feel like in my experience, talk about my experience, and I feel like we're kind of sharing like big sister advice. You are more likely to be taken care of from a man of the streets. I don't know why that is. I don't know if it's like a
Okay. Here's why that is. Because men of the streets were groomed to be tricks. I'm going to repeat that. Men of the streets were groomed to be tricks. One more time. Men of the streets were groomed to be tricks. Hit the like button. From the moment they were born, their mama said, he gonna pay somebody. He gonna make somebody some money. Or die trying. Now, it starts off, he's making the mama money. Most of you who are listening were born to support mama, whether it's through welfare, whether it's through child support, whether it's through, creating a stronger attachment to her sugar daddy or slash husband. You were born to give resources to mama. Just like your sister was born to take resources from another man. They were groomed into this environment. They were groomed into this setting. And also street dudes, what defines them is their overvaluation of SEXXX. Everyone else seemed to look at it as a simple base desire. A desire nonetheless, and something that you're driven towards nonetheless, but it's not like life's thrill. Which is why their music, other people's music, don't really revolve around that, and their movies don't really revolve around that. I'm talking, and I'm not saying black people, I'm talking about street dudes. Street dudes, street music revolves around it. Sexy Red, anyone? But really, when you listen to all of the songs and stuff of the past, it's been like that for quite some time. Street music revolves around punani. It revolves around box. It revolves around pop that coochie. Hey, pop that coochie, baby. Pop that coochie. It revolves around that. It does seem like the most important thing in the universe to street dudes. Where other groups of people, it's of lesser importance. And that's part of the grooming. a lot of men who are born on the streets, and when you're on the streets, it really is that and drugs. It really is the greatest life's thrill. It's a cheap thrill, but it's the only one street dudes can afford. So yeah, it is very important. I mean, it's not like golf guys are actually standing on the corner at 7-Eleven waiting for somebody to drive by to get a Slurpee so he can holla. So yes, you spend your entire day waiting to holla at a chick. It's pretty freaking important to you. The reason why it's so important, to be perfectly honest, because they ain't got nothing else going on.
DNA thing, and they just feel like, okay, they're always take care of their own. I don't know. I don't know where they get their money from, but I feel like this has been something very recently that we've come to the knowledge of, because the men in, let's say, corporate, what we've noticed. You want to talk about what we've seen on Reddit?
Oh yeah, I mean, I'll see so many posts about I hit the $500,000 mark on the stocks. I hit the crypto this. I hit $1 million.
Yeah.
And if you keep looking through all of these posts, you see that these are men that are not giving any money to
No.
any.
Okay, let's think about the mentality of these two chicks. First of all, I don't even see those posts on Reddit and stuff like that. I don't see those posts on Reddit because I'm not looking for it. I'm pretty sure someone somewhere, got $500,000 in trade of stocks. Um, and I don't think and that person probably did post it on Reddit and stuff. I just don't see it because I don't look for it. They're actually looking for. So if you make $500,000 trading stocks, she knows about it. They're out scraping the internet looking for dudes that just came up with some cash. And then they look for who they're spending it on. Like, this need to be spent on a woman. All money that goes through a man's hands needs to be spent on a woman. Now, what these two have concluded is that those street dudes may or may not have less money than a successful stock trader. Though they may have less money, they are willing to spend a ridiculously higher percentage of their wealth on them. So say you have a dude that has an average income, right? $50,000. And say you have another dude who has an exceptional income of $500,000. What they're saying is that 50K dude is willing to spend 100% of his income on her, while the 500K dude is not even willing to spend 10. So what they have concluded is that they are better off just getting 100% of the 50K dude's income. And the 50K dude is quite content breaking off all his bread because he was groomed to be a trick while not thinking he's a trick.
Their wife is still working.
They're still working. And the thing is, they have all of this money in their assets and whatever, but they don't believe in taking care of the woman at all. Or what they'll do is they'll make her.
They understand the value of money, and that's something also that tricks, or excuse me, that street dudes were never taught for the most part. Even though they risk their life for it, you would think that a person who risks his life for money would guard it better. And let's say, for example, let's just say, the D-boy thing and the wire was real, right? And there really was clocking dollars like that. Really? You got arrested for it. Cops just stop you on the street and beat you up for it. People are trying to delete you over it. And you just put it in a stripper's panties? Really shows how you overvalue SEXXX.
An average stay-at-home mom, aka she doesn't have a nanny, she doesn't have any kind of help. There's no luxury, there's no vacation, there's no nothing, and they have this way of just demoralizing women. And I think those are the same women, those are the same men. They're like, you should be grateful that I helped you pay a bill.
You should be.
They're not handing it out like they're not doing that. Like,
listen to how they think of street dudes. Y'all just hand it out like This is how they think of you. So when people like, yeah, Pookie Ray Ray get all the chicks, really? Really? Because it seems like, oh no, those white collar dudes, they got a trick for it. They tricking. It's like, well, actually, seems like if you go to any strip club in a major urban city, you kind of see who the tricks are. Just saying.
It's not selfless. I don't know what it is. It's just this thing I have noticed where men of illegal means are that, and
she wasn't supposed to say that. She wasn't supposed to say be a trick. She's messing with Keisha's bag, because Pookie was never supposed to know that he's a trick. Pookie was never supposed to know that he is a trick. That was supposed to be a secret. He's actually supposed to be a street king. He was supposed to be ghetto superstar.
Show you a good time. And it might not even be like long lasting. I think it's just more of like, I just want to show you that I can just show you a good time, or I can help you, even if it's temporarily. And you're more likely to get something out of those men than a man that you've been dating who's in corporate, that has the stable job and whatever. He's not going to give you anything.
They'll keep you strung along.
They keep you strung along, yeah. They might give you some help here and there and whatever. But I think the more also we go on vacation and we realize that men who approach us from the street are more likely to give more than a dude I was dating.
They're willing to buy drinks, buy you food,
but do more. They're willing to do more. They will drop pants. They will. I told her the day.
I got to look up how much a band is. I got to. How much is a band? Oh, it auto completed. How much is a band of money? Okay, let's see. A band of money generally means $1,000. So basically, she's saying that street dudes are willing to drop thousands. on the courtship process. Street dude, you stupid. You stupid. She just let out the secret of your stupidity.
Okay, that dude in Morocco, the one I posted about, when I first met him, he showed me his money collection and all rubber bands, all cash. 1, 2, 3. That's what it was. All it was. I think back and I feel.
I didn't know of any Moroccan street dudes. I didn't. Okay. Because she said she traveled, so she went to Morocco, met a street dude that showed like a bunch of shillings or whatever currency they use in Morocco. And she just got. I wonder if she knows that she is a 304. I wonder if she knows that. I'm gonna. This is the only video I've seen of hers. I'm gonna do a deep dive into her TikTok profile to find out, but I wonder if she actually knows that. Because once again, the street dudes don't seem to know that they're tricks, and the women don't seem to know that they're 304s. And I think that the line between it is they make them go through the process. They make them go through the waiting period before they give them SE XXX, if they do at all. And that keeps the illusion. Like, I worked for it. It's weird.
Like, also, men in this country who have the privilege, especially if they're white, who have the privilege of earning potential and how easy it is for them, and the fact that they choose not to give it to you or to invest in you is very telling. As a side rant.
Okay. I like that she used the word invest. And I watched a couple other people give their commentary on what she said, but and especially the investment part. I think that in a very real way, they do look at it as investing. And rightly so, because a man could pay for SE XXX directly. Let's just say he pays $100, which is the cost in Atlanta. I know this from somebody I was talking to in Sasua. So that's the cost in Atlanta, and he pays $100 a pop, which can become very expensive if you want to have SE XXX daily. Then in a month you're spending $3,000, which once again, that's expensive. That's expensive. So I think that guys who go through the courtship process, like, okay, a date here, I'm going to overspend on dates, I'm going to overspend on drinks, that's an investment, hoping that once a relationship gets started, you get it on a daily basis and you're not spending $3,000 monthly directly, because you've already invested in that with the possibility of maturity. So I see the point in her calling it that, invested in the possibility that you will get it frequently in the future, and the individual, and you'll get it so many times that the individual cost will be a lot less. The problem comes, and this is probably why businessmen or money savvy men aren't really doing it like that, is that it doesn't last. That whole grand ending where, okay, I spent, let's just say $500 or $5,000 to seduce her, And now that she's seduced, she just lays in the house with her mouth open all day. They realize that that day isn't going to come, and neither are you. So they don't see it as a wise investment. They don't see them as getting a return on investment. They'll much rather just pay up front.
But let's just a little recollection, or let's just a recollection of our memories and things that we have experienced. And I don't know why the tricks, our street dudes, are.
There she go. You see the Freudian slip? I don't know why the tricks or the street dudes. She look at y'all as tricks. Street dudes. Pay closer to every street dude need to see this. This is the equivalent to like a politician doing an N-word slip. She just told you what she thought of you. She want a real ninja. She want a real G. She like my swag. She like my style. She love me because I'm so hood. I'm so hood. Nah. She just sees you as a stupid trick. One that don't even realize he's a trick. And she wasn't supposed to tell you, because then you're going to stop tricking. So years ago, and I'll say years ago, I'm talking about maybe over 10 years ago, I bought a woman a stove. And this is real funny. I got so much flack for doing this. By the way, this woman was not American. And this wasn't in America where this happened. And I won't go into the details of the story, but I've been getting flack online for doing that for years. And one of the main people, and I'm not going to say his name, but one of the main people that was giving me flack also bragged about how he buys them weed. Like, I could get him off a bag of weed. Like, okay, you don't really. And it's funny because he was so delusional that he didn't even see the irony in his statement. Because it's not tricking when it's weed. I guess. It was very, very, very weird. So these guys actually think that they're players. And even though they're not very successful players, especially not in today's market, it's not in a person's best interest to be a player in this dating market. It's just not. But they're not really successful players or anything like that. And they don't seem to realize that they're tricking while condemning tricking. Okay, I'm gonna give an example. This is a funny thing. I thought it was weird. The TV series, one of my favorite TV series of all time, next to Game of Thrones and Spartacus, was a show called. It was an HBO show called The Wire. It's where people like Michael B. Jordan got his start from. And there was a character named DeAndre. DeAndre was a street dude. He was made a street dude by his uncle, Avon Barksdale. And he ran a block. Now, keep in mind that this is in the fictitious world where, you know, there was enough money on the streets to sustain a reasonable lifestyle. So you had DeAndre's character, and his uncle owned a strip club, and he's seen this girl that he liked in the strip club, and he went to talk to her, and she asked him to buy her a drink, and he either didn't have the money to buy her a drink, or he just didn't want to feel like he was tricking. So he denied, and she ignored him and turned her head and looked away. And then he later sorry, lost my train of thought for a second. Okay, so after that, he later seen her, and this time he got a bonus. He got a bonus for being a D-boy. And Stringer Bell, played by Idris Elba, said, I want you to spend that on something that you don't normally spend it on. And what did he spend it on? Her. He went up to her, and this time he bought her a drink, and then he explained that the club that she worked for isn't owned by the person that she thought that it was owned by. It's actually a front for drug money for his uncle. So basically, he explained to her that he is the nephew of the person who owns the very club that she works at. Now, keep in mind, she is in her underwear, begging men for drinks so she can pay the rent. She is an ex-worker. He led with, I ain't no trick, but here's money. And he continued down that path. They started to see each other. He was spending money on her constantly. He was giving her money directly, right after SEXXX. But once again, in his mind, he wasn't a trick. He got it off the strength of his mouthpiece, even though he was giving her money with his mouthpiece while she was working as a SEXXX worker. He didn't realize, even when she said it, she even said, I cannot do this forever. To which he replied with giving her money and said, you're beautiful now. And then what did she do? Snitched on the entire organization, brought it down, and then married the very cop who she snitched to. I can't make this up. I ain't no trick, though. These dudes.
More willing. I don't know. The men, I think we said from corporate, they will give an OnlyFans model
or
stripper. They'll give her a hard cash.
Sugar baby.
They sugar baby on sticking around, but they'll do something. And those are the girls that they'll give some money to, but they're not gonna give like that.
I don't know what she means. I don't know what she means when she says they're going to give money to sugar babies, on sugarbaby.com. Is it sugarbaby or sugardaddy.com? Either one. But they're not going to give money like that. You see, those guys know what they're doing. They know that they're exchanging currency for services rendered. There's no pretense. There's no BS. He's not telling himself that, I got it off the strength of my mouthpiece. Somebody says she's saying that they trick slower. No, it's worse than that. What she's saying is that they trick with competition. Boom! Oh, because make no mistake, she's hot shit on the block. On the block, she is prima diva on the block. But put her on a sugar baby website. And then you see what's really, how beautiful you really are. Put her on that. Put her on OnlyFans. See, this stuff is humbling. This stuff is humbling to girls like this. It is humbling when they try to sell it. Imagine if you make like some barbecue, right? And every time you throw a block party, everybody in the neighborhood come to your house and they eat up some barbecue. They love your barbecue. You got the best barbecue in the hood. And then you try to sell it. Then you open up a barbecue shop. And then you realize, then you start to see how good your barbecue really is. Then you start to see how good your barbecue really is. And that is the great humbling. In fact, let me go to that website. Hopefully it auto-populates. Because I don't know if it's Sugar Baby or Sugar Daddy. All right, SUGAR. Sugar Daddy. Oh, here we go. Sugar Daddy Meat. Oh, it got reviews. I don't want to see reviews. I want to see the girls. All right, let's see. I'm a sugar daddy. Popular sugar babies. They're blurred out. What the fuck? They're blurred out. I said I'm a sugar daddy. Why are you asking again? Okay, they're asking for email address and all that crap. I don't want to get spammed by a bunch of freaking gold diggers. So I'll just leave that alone. All right, but nevertheless, I mean, whenever you try to monetize something, you realize how good it's not. That's what I'm getting at. She's saying that those dudes won't allow them to be sugarless sugar babies. Yes. Yes. Very well put. They won't. And that's what street dudes are doing. Like just when she described the dude from Morocco, you know, because, okay. That's the difference between what they're doing and what the guys on the Sugar Daddy website are doing. Hit the like button. It's a big difference. Because what the hood dudes or what the street dudes are doing is they're paying all the money up front, hoping, like I say, they're investing, hoping that it will yield a steady sexual relationship. One where not only, you know, do they get it regular, but she also kicks in and contributes to the bills and stuff. So they're hoping for that. Now, with these particular girls, they make sure that their investment never matures. And she's going to say that later in the thing. They make sure that their investment never matures. Now, the sugar daddies, they're just like, hey, I give you this, you give me that. I give you this, you give me that. I give you this, you give me that. And she's sitting there like, I don't want to give you that. Why don't you just give me this and maybe I'll give you that? And if I don't give you that, then you give me more of this. And you keep giving me more of this, hoping that one day I'll give you that. And then if you keep giving, then I'll give you a little bit of that. But it'll be far less than if you had to just exchange this for that.
So stop with, I'm gonna go to the country club and see what I can get, and I'm gonna go here and I'm gonna hope that this white dude or whatever approaches me. No. They approach you as a salt daddy.
Yep.
And that's that. The men most likely to give you money are men from the streets. My bestie.
Okay, I thought that she was gonna say, or maybe she said it and I missed it. But yeah, she said the part about investment, so that's enough. I thought she said something else that was going to further drive my point. That's what I was waiting for, but I guess I missed that. All right, so there we are on that. Now let's take a deep dive into this chick. And now there's something I noticed because I looked at the thumbnails, but I didn't really look at the 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 filtered, highly made up and highly filtered. Oh, that's what it is. She said something, and I don't know if it's here or somewhere else, but she said something about even if it's short term. That's what it was. She says hood dudes will take care of you even if it's short term, meaning that she understands that these relationships are short term, meaning that the hood dudes are not getting what they invested in because they're investing in a long-term relationship. They're spending money hoping that one day they'll have a long-term relationship with her, but it never pans out. It never pans out that way. Hit the like button. So these dudes are not seeing their investments mature. They're spending these bands hoping that one day they'll just wreck her stuff so much that that those bands that they spent initially will just turn into like $20 a pop. That's what they're hoping for. Like, yeah, I just spent 3 bands, but once she dropped those panties, she dropped those panties for me like 300 times. So really I only spent like $10 a pop because I've been smashing it all year. I hit it 300 times this year. That's what they're hoping for. But just like she said, the relationship is short-lived, meaning that, it doesn't last for a year and you're not really getting that return on your investment. But hood dudes are the ones who still chase that. The other dudes are like, listen, I know that if I give you bands now, you're not going to, it's not going to equate to anything. So you give me what I want and I give you what you want right now. And it's going to be how I want, or I will fire your ass and hire an extra. She is highly made up and highly filtered. Highly made up and highly filtered. Highly made up and highly filtered. Okay, so let's see. Trauma to fall in love. All right, I'll probably do that. There was a title that I seen that I want to cover. Let's see. Pick Me Mother Chronicles. Now, I don't know if she's saying that her mother is a pick me mother or is she a pick me mother. He's generous, but does he spoil? Okay. I think her eyelashes are actually part of the filter. So were you in a relationship or did you live with your parents? You're homeless. Let's see. Entering into your 30s, superpower. Oh, yeah, right. All right. Let's see. Not family oriented, part 2. Oh, by the way, hood dudes have way lower standards than every other dude on the planet. Just throwing that out there. That's also part of the appeal. Narcissist pick me mother testimony. Is she calling herself that, or is she calling her mother that? I'm gonna look, but dream wedding, maybe not. Is your mom operating in witchcraft? I think she's talking about her mom. So she either has mommy issues or her children has mommy issues. The rules are different for Black women and the soft life. Stop being afraid of saying you want marriage. Holy crap. Should I click this one? Y'all let me know in the chat room. Should I click this one? I'm going to click this one.
You know, one thing I can definitely give these Russian girls when it comes to dating is that they're very strict. Russian women are very strict, and I respect that so much out of them because they don't play games. They're out here like, do you want to marry me or not? Are you about it or not? And I think as a collective, we can learn, okay, from that type of strict culture, especially if you know you want marriage in this life. When women are out here telling you, do not tell men you're dating for marriage, just be out here and act like you can go with the flow and be all nonchalant and play with your timeline and your future. And then we wonder why men are playing in our face. And we wonder why, wow, I feel like no one can really commit to me in a really, in a real way. Like, seriously, I had to have a kumbaya moment with myself the other day. And I'm like, what am I doing that is enabling me to waste my own time? Okay, men don't waste your time. You waste your own time if you are not creating boundaries or you're not vetting. Okay.
Are you freaking kidding me? Are you freaking kidding me? What am I doing to waste my own time? You're fucking for money. You're fucking hood dudes for money, knowing that the relationship don't have any future. You're going to golf clubs looking for sugar daddies. You are looking for money, not relationships, wondering why you're wasting your time. And you're not even finding that. So remember earlier when she said, I finally live alone? I'm looking at the background. And the background would suggest that she lived with a much older person, even older than her parents. If she's just turning 30, then her parents are probably like in their 50s or 60s, but the decor would suggest someone in their 80s. Everything is antique. The table, the chairs, the whatever this is. But an old person would know, like, that's a Chesterfield or whatever that is. This clock here, this is very antique. Nobody in their 30s picked out this decoration at all. So she's living with someone much older, probably a family member. And that is how you spent your 20s. You're not looking for marriage. You're looking for a sponsor. And no one is foolish enough to marry you because you're a divorce waiting to happen. Like, if we listen, marrying a pretty, a woman's pretty and a man is wealthy, and they get married, that is an okay thing in most of the world, but not in the US, where she could take your wealth at any given point. So there's really no purpose in that. It's not a prudent thing to do. And especially with you, somebody who admits that that's what you're going to do, that you are money focused.
Okay. Okay. If you're overstaying your welcome, that a lot of the times is on you. That's a whole separate conversation. My point and what I realized is no one is as serious about you than you are. So if you come off like, well, I don't really know, and I'm kind of like a question mark even to myself, how do you expect men to look at you like she's the one I want to rush and marry her? For real. Especially with women who follow me, and I'm not into boyfriend girlfriend statuses at all. I'm into engagement and real statuses.
But you're not
At this
engaged.
point, it's like it's time for serious.
You're not engaged. And you're talking about seducing street dudes for money while complaining about wasting your time. This is madness.
Courtship. You cannot be telling me out here at your big old age that you don't know what you want. And if you do tell me that, thank you for your honesty, and I'm going to simply eliminate you, move on to somebody else that does know what they want and who does align with what I want. There's also this misconception that if you that what you want doesn't want you. That's not true. What you want also wants you. But you have to be in alignment. You can't be 1 foot in, 1 foot out. You can't be, well, I do want to get married. I do want this lifestyle. I do want these things to happen to me. But you're also tolerating men who waste or who make you feel some kind of way, or you're allowing them to waste your time, or you're in a situation where you're seeking this kind of weird validation because, well, maybe he'll see my value, and maybe he'll this, maybe he'll that, maybe he'll take me serious. No. If you put yourself in situations in a maybe box, why would he then want to move you out to the yes box? If he's already looking at you like a maybe, it's already a no. You're not the kind of girl that I'm looking for to wife to do whatever with. So that's my little message for today, y'all. I think we should all like kumbaya and like talk in the comments. Bye.
Wow. Okay, so I like to dissect people. I really do. And y'all know this because that's what I do with y'all. Not to y'all, but that's what I do on my show. I can't make heads or tails of this chick. She is all over the place. One day she is, a hood hoe looking for a paycheck. She is, and telling others how to find it. Wow. Okay. First date from hell. You need to be his type or you will suffer. Don't be the woman that he settles for. Her money thing is really just very short term. Dream life, hired village, motherhood, marriage goal, marrying my sponsor. Okay. Wow. Okay. Awakening. Valentine's Day plus pick me mom. Dating for marriage. How does he act when you're sick? You're sick all the time. Huh. Things I learned about dating 2024. Okay. So she don't post very often. That's good. Dating abroad for black women. Yep. I'm curious.
It's the fact that I've had.
So while it buffers, I'm going to state my observation. And I kind of had a feeling about this because her first post, the first post we watched, she had palm trees in the background, but I could tell she wasn't from Cali, um, which leaves fewer places like Austin, maybe. But the way she was talking really showed that she had a tough time competing for top tier men, meaning that she is from a place with exceptionally attractive women. And that's true. She's in Miami. She ain't shit in Miami. I've been there. I've been there for quite some time. I literally had a girl who looks better than her get me a sandwich because she works at Subway. So this sponsor lifestyle, this top tier, golf dude lifestyle that she's looking for, that's reserved for like the top 2% of women, may work for her in some places in the world, in the US, but not Miami. Rich guys do not look your way. In Miami. They just not. So that actually brings a lot into perspective. So she's dating abroad now.
Okay. I keep telling Black women to go where they're celebrated, not tolerated. And, I love this for me. And I love it for you too.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I decided for my birthday that I would.
Look at this. Look at how much makeup she has on. Like you could see under her eyes where I guess like some of the makeup came off or something. Duh.
Give myself like a 2-week trip and I would just deal with the consequences later. Okay. Sometimes girls, I know it's like you want everything to be perfect with your funds. You want everything. I'm like, listen, time is limited. The money will come back. Okay. So I was like, book this trip. Okay. And I'm happy. I have absolutely no regrets. Like, I will get into story time a little bit of what I have experienced, but I think comparing dating in America to dating in Europe has been very eye-opening for me. If you're new to my channel, I talk about dating for rings only, no girlfriend, boyfriend statuses allowed, okay? Just talking about...
Okay, she believes her own crap. She believes her own crap. It's either that or she's actually using street dudes until she finds... Because she admits that the street dudes are for short-term money grabs. They're short-term tricks. She sees them as that. So, but yeah, this whole marriage thing, and she's trying to do this. She was 7 / Kristen Cares and stuff. It's not working. And keep in mind that she's talking about the street dude thing after this, meaning that they're not, even though you're bragging about your experience overseas, it must not have been too good because you back looking for street niggas. So she's lying right here.
Roster dating and letting the best man win. Okay, so before I go into my story time, please understand this is my psychology. Okay, this is how I think. Here are some points I have noticed about Black women who want a soft life. Okay, this is going to be controversial, but I'm going to try my best to articulate these points. Okay, first off, Black women are consistently being told that they have to settle even when they want a soft life, meaning you're going to have to date and marry old. You're going to have to sacrifice your youth and pretty much play nurse when that man is already in his 50s. For the bag. Do not expect to have sparks. Do not expect to actually be in love. Just, understand that you're in it for the bag. Now, if you're anything like me and actually want more out of this life, okay, it's just...
Wow, this chick is so full of contradictions. If you actually want like me and you want more out of this life, you in the future you're going to be comparing street dick to corporate dick to tech dick to golf dick to determine which ones is the most likely to give you the most money. I'm looking for love in all the wrong wallets. Somebody says she sounds mentally ill. She is a black woman. What in the hell? That's like saying Bubba from Forrest Gump sounds like he's from the South. Like, what the hell? It goes without saying. She sounds mentally ill. It's like watching an NBA game saying, hey, those guys look tall. What the hell? Ah, dang, that hurt my brain. Do they sound different to you? Like saying Jet Li sounds Chinese. What the hell? He sounds like he's from China. She sounds mentally ill. What the hell? God dang.
It's just not gonna do it. When I have studied other ethnicities, my white girls, my Hispanic girls, my Middle Eastern girlies, my Asian girlies who are living the soft life, and I look at their husbands, I notice majority of them, guess what? They're not old. The husbands are not old and they're not unattractive. Okay? But somehow, some way, Black women are always being told that you're just gonna have to marry ugly, deal with ugly, put up with someone who's not fit.
Sweetie, that is because they marry before the wealth. Black women don't have the sense of delayed gratification to do something like that. You see, they actually suck the penis of med students, not doctors. They actually, suck the penis of Al Bundy when he scores 4 touchdowns for Polk High. They don't go to, like the Super Bowl with makeup on and tits out, hoping to get in. They don't do that. That's the difference. If you're wondering what the difference is, it's that. They don't wait till Tiger Woods become pro. They suck the dick before. Isn't that what Kobe wife did? Isn't that what Steph's wife did? Like, once again, you're looking for instant money. That's why you did the video about hood dudes, because they give the money up front. You see, they play the long game. You play the short game.
And you're just going to have to deal with the brunt of pretty much the unwanted that can take care of you. I said it, and I know that sounds like what it sounds like, but other ethnicities do not have to do it the way that Black women, that I have seen with my own eyes, that Black women just kind of are forced in this corner to put up with. Something that I decided, okay, moving on into 2025, is that after my experience in Europe, I'm no longer dating men that are not my type. I said it.
Okay.
I'm no longer dating men that do not move me. Yeah, I said it. I said it because my white girly girls and my Asian girly girls, they got mans that are fine, okay, and they're taking care of them, okay. And I just decided that I don't have to settle, and that's that. The days I went on with men in Europe, I'm talking about the energy, the passion was there. I felt sparks. They were willing to accommodate me. None of them came to the date empty-handed. All one.
Now, keep in mind that by the end of the year, this is her in the beginning of the year. I'm only gonna mess with the dudes that I want, and blah 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 blah. And by the end of the year, she's gonna be saying that street dudes give her more money.
And to impress me, mind you, I was in Brussels. Brussels is kind of on the fence, and I honestly did not anticipate that I would actually enjoy dating there. I was like, oh, it's not for me. Like, I don't think I'm the kind of woman that would actually do well here, right? I do better in Istanbul. Funny enough, Istanbul isn't really providing what I thought it would give. So Brussels actually was a winner. Surprise, surprise. The thing is, with the men in Brussels, knowing that their culture is colder, kind of like more German, and like not affectionate, they like a lot of people are really reserved. I was not anticipating anything, like I said, but it's the fact that they're just so like, you're my type. What will it take to go out with you? Like giving the energy, expressing how they feel, not giving superficial compliments like you're pretty, but like actually wanting to get to know me and showing me the energy from jump.
If they say you're my type, they're talking about physical because that's all they know about you.
Compared to men in America that I had dated in New York City, Miami, where they have just kind of gone through the motions with me, where I knew I was not the preference or I was not the ideal type. Like so many Black women have to put up with this BS, and it's so tiring. It's like, if I'm not your ideal type, why are you dating me? And a lot of Black women put up with it. So it's kind of like, wow, I'm in a new place where I am the ideal. You're telling me I'm your type. You're telling me it, it's just it's so comforting to out. I cannot believe
Like, I'm having a very hard time following what she's talking about. Um, yeah, I'm having a very hard time because she's saying that she's can't get past the I like you phase in America. You're talking about where you like them or they like you, you know, and it's completely, and maybe this is why, because the video that she's going to make in the future does not connect to this at all. It doesn't connect to any of her previous videos. She went completely off brand with what she's saying in the future. Because now because like right now she's talking as if she's targeting. Like, she refuses to settle and she only wants a particular type of guy, and she's not going to settle for the sake of money. And then like within the same year, she's completely compromised herself for money. And she's like, listen, I am going to go to the demographic that gives me the most money.
there's so much I can unpack here. I've just decided though, like
So you have a physical type and you have a physical requirement. I'm curious to what that is because it does seem like on one hand it's a European guy from Brussels, and on the other hand, it seems like it's a street nigga from Miami. So okay,
older, um, as well, like super old. I'm not doing it, and I also decided that like I want to feel something, only convenience. Like I want to have a connection, like my peer groups do. Wowzers, right? Shocking, shocking. Um. So anyway, like if you're on the fence about traveling or trying something new, and you're
Okay, I know I made fun of somebody when they said that this chick is crazy. And I was like, of course she's crazy. She's a black woman or she has a mental illness. But she is really freaking crazy. She is really freaking crazy. She said, I'm only going to date if we're seriously, thinking about marriage. But you need to just come to Europe and date around a bit. She is seriously freaking nuts. Nuts. You said, like I said, hey, okay, okay. Let me wipe the egg off my face in that. I gave you crap like for not distinguishing between being crazy and being a black woman because there is little difference in many cases. But this chick is nuts, nuts. She is nuts, nuts. You know how people have vermin if you're unfortunate? Like, you'll have a vermin problem, like maybe like a mouse problem or something like that, or ant problem. Like for example, this time of year, actually it shouldn't even be this time of year, but for whatever reason, ants are anting where I live, and I just had to spray a line of them yesterday. So, yeah, so everywhere vermin sometimes happen. I'm willing to bet that she has a squirrel problem in wherever she lives. She is nuts. I'm willing to bet she has like a squirrel chipmunk problem wherever it is she lives. She is nuts. Squirrels just follow her and hover around her, waiting for a taste. She is nuts. Okay, somebody said, does she confirm the hot crazy ratio? The hot crazy ratio isn't if you confirm their existence, its existence, meaning that hot women are more prone to be crazy. That's not what it's saying. It's really a line of tolerance, meaning that the hotter she is, the more crazy you are willing to tolerate from her. Now, if you are asking, um, if for me, I think that she's hot enough to offset her crazy. Meaning, so I think the question that you guys are asking in this statement is, would I fuck, knowing that she is this nuts? And the unfortunate answer is, if there isn't a significant barrier of entry into her vagina other than putting up with her nuts, then yes, I would. And this is with the understanding that her face probably don't look the way it looks. I do still like her body a lot. So that being said, yes, I would. Knowing that she is as nuts. And y'all know, many of you know that I like the company of attractive women. And through stories that I've told, um, it's led me into a lot of crazy scenarios. Um, And I know that this one would definitely lead me into another. Am I willing to do it knowing that there is a strong possibility that it would lead me into all kind of crazy scenarios? Um, yes. And pride does not follow that statement. Pride does not follow that statement. Yeah. This is me being open and honest. Um, when those of you who are new here, hit the like button. Those of you who have followed me a long time know that I have a lot of stories. And if you know me, you would know that I don't really lie, especially on my stories. So the reason why I have stories like that is like the ones I have is because I do put a premium on looks. Um, and I am willing to overlook a lot of crazy for that. And yeah, that's just the way my life has been. Now, how can I say this? I think part of the reason that I'm like this, hit the like button. And maybe I'll bring some friends over to confirm this. The reason why I think I'm like this and I have a higher tolerance of crazy than others, one is because I'm a little crazy myself. And two, and once again, I don't think y'all would believe me if I just told you. So I think I'm gonna have like people over in my life to confirm this. Crazy shit happens to me regardless. And I don't know why. I do not know why. I don't have to seek out crazy. It fucking finds me. It fucking finds me. It knows where I live. It knows my real name. It knows my social security number. It knows me. It fucking finds me. I don't have to seek it out. So I do have an attraction to attractive. And a somewhat I have developed a I'm not going to say immunity, but I have developed a tolerance of crazy to where I can shamefully answer yes to that question. Okay, let's see what y'all were saying when I went on that whole spiel. Her next stage in life is either church girl or extreme misandry. I think it's going to be church girl. Unfortunately for her, the black church has completely dissolved. So she's not going to really find anything there for her. And the other churches, they're going to see her coming a mile away. Clinically proven crazy. Well, I mean, I exaggerate when I say that. Um, I don't think that they have like a doctor's note saying, "Hey, this bitch is crazy," that they showed me. However, if they did, would I still smash? The answer for that is yes. Planet Nuts. Yep.
Like, just feel things from men that actually want you. That's all I have to say. Like, when I tell you girls, I have cried so much over the past few days about like these epiphanies or just how much I've actually felt wanted. And I really sincerely want black women to feel this way. Like, not all black women get married in America. And I just feel like I'm one of those people, and I've just accepted my peace with that. Like, it is what it is, you know. I knew it from a young age. My husband was about to be international, and but I cried a lot. I was like, I cannot believe I'm feeling things with men that I just met that are already willing to like show me the energy, and here I go with men.
Okay, so what she's doing is she wants to believe it so it becomes true. She wants to believe that, oh, these men, they want me so bad. I mean, they're dating her to smash just like every other man in the States is. Let's not get it twisted. But because she's projecting her desires at the moment onto them, but she's also revealing something about women and their nature, particularly black women. She's revealing a lot about black women. But she's revealing something about women and their nature, and that is that, mm, excuse me, that they want to be desired. That want, though it seems it's innocent, morphs into something that's extraordinarily terrible. Because it's one thing to want to be wanted, it's another thing to want to be wanted by men that you don't want. And that's really what's driving this new single woman industry. This is why, like at speed dating events, the women are just there to feel wanted. They're just there to feel wanted. And the same thing with online dating. The women are just there collecting likes and swipes and stuff like that, but they're not actually going out and meeting these guys. They just want to feel wanted, which I just want to feel my dick in your mouth. Like, so it's what the hell?
Who honestly just seems so indifferent. And it's just like, I don't got time to waste. Like I'm not doing this. It's the fact that I've had.
Okay. A year later, she's still wasting time. Or 11 months later, she's still wasting time. When he pissed you off, when he pissed you off during the second date, so you made him pay for your extensions same day. Oh, wait a minute. What's this? First night in Istanbul. Okay, so it looks like she's on a date with this guy, but isn't he older?
First, had a beautiful bouquet. My date was fine. We were overlooking the beautiful view. Actually, like where the water is here, it splits between like the Europe side and the Asian side. It was so beautiful. And I just love the aesthetics of this beautiful restaurant. Like, it just looks so dreamy, so romantic. It was giving everything it had to give.
when I tell you girls I was a little weary about like my dates in Istanbul because of like the matches I was getting on Bumble, but like he really came through. Okay, like hello somebody, this was such a hit. We didn't really stay here, but like look at the food, it was so good. We had like a lot of local stuff, it was so yummy. We had like 10,000 courses, and here we are driving actually to this like loungy place where his brother.
Okay. Um, Not knocking the date, but it does seem like he's older. And then a year later, once again, she's dating street dudes. So is what it is. Decorating hotel rooms. Let's see. Make your problem his problem. Holy crap. I'm not even going to touch that one. All right. Dating safety, red flags. Does being the nice Christian girl, oh, there you go, equal protector slash provider, red flag. Okay. How to overcome being a nice girl, attached. Okay, let's see. Pick me mother complex continued. Is she a pick me mother or is her mother a pick me mother? This is the one I want to see when I was breezing through it earlier. It says long distance roster until the ring. Okay. Okay. I'm curious. I am curious.
Long distance. Now, girls, I've been getting a lot of requests. I talk all about dating for rings, no boyfriend statuses alike. And I was saying that I'm even dating for lifestyle, okay? And provision as a Christian. So if you're not into that, then my content is not for you, okay? Here's the first.
As a Christian, dating for money, prostitution, is what I believe in as a Christian. Ever notice that the countries that passport bros go to aren't Christian countries? Well, there are very few of those, um, given the Protestant Reformation and the whole history behind that. Very few of those countries exist, but nevertheless, ever notice that brothers tend to like naturally stay away from that, like without even knowing. Like people don't even think about the religion of a country when they go. They just think about the passport bros. They think about the temperament of the women. But it's not a coincidence that Philippines, Brazil, Colombia, Dominican Republic, where's the Christian? These are all Catholic countries. Ever notice that? Just saying.
Point, okay? You are free to build your roster anywhere. Anywhere. This is why it matters how you conduct yourself, okay? Because a lot of us are like, oh, well, I'm going on vacation. I can act like a freak. No. You can't let loose anywhere. I don't care if you're like, well, I'm only going to go to XYZ location for only a couple of days. Like, who am I really going to meet there? I'm telling you, girls, you meet the best people when your guard is down.
She got old hands. She got old woman hands.
Okay, like we all know that. So you always have to be prepared, and how you conduct yourself is always going to matter, okay? No matter what. You don't just leave your celibacy card at home because, oh, well, only going to be in Cabo for a few days, so maybe I can let loose, maybe I can have a little boy toy, and then before you know it, you caught feelings for that boy toy. Please.
Isn't that what she just said that she should do in Istanbul? This chick is, holy crap.
Just, okay, for your self-respect and dignity,
close your legs. Yeah. Okay. And remember what we're here for, which is we're dating for
She has old hands.
this. Okay. So a lot of common issues come right here. This is the common issue part. Okay. When you're long distance and you have a long distance roster, okay, obviously you have a local one as well, but you might have, let's see, some suitors in New York City, maybe some suitors in Miami, you might have some suitors in Greenwich, Connecticut, right? Whatever, right? In these nice areas. So what you have to do, because everybody's courting you, is make him spend that money. Okay. What happens a lot of
This is pure gold. Now, when I call her nuts, the thing about women who are nuts is that they don't have the wherewithal to, they say the quiet part out loud. A lot of women feel this way that aren't nuts, or at least outwardly apparently nuts. So they don't say this part. But no, she's saying the quiet part out loud because her mind doesn't really know how to. She's like an open safe mentally, or a broken safe mentally. Like this was supposed to be in the vault. Fellas, pay attention. Pay attention. Your online girlfriend, you are a fool if you think that your online girlfriend is your girlfriend. That your long distance relationship with a woman that you met in wherever the fuck is your girlfriend. If you think that by any stretch of the imagination, it's going to end with you and her, white picket fence, a bunch of kids and stuff like that, you are freaking delusional. You're freaking delusional. And don't get me wrong, I'm not saying that that don't do it, but if they do not come to you quickly, and I'm not talking about on visit, I'm talking about, come stay with you quickly, or you her. If y'all do not get together quickly, it is not a real relationship. It's not. She's stringing you along because it's very little effort, a sexual effort on her part, if any. Meaning you're giving a bunch of it. The attention to sex ratio is not in your favor at all. Let's take money out of it because that's what she's after. But most women are after attention. I always pay attention to the attention to sex ratio. And I did it when I was younger and I was making $15 an hour. And I realized that I was making anywhere between 15 and 19 because it was at the same job. And like, I think I started at 15, but I ended at 19. But nevertheless, one day I was in a parking lot talking to a chick that I really wanted to smash for maybe like an hour and a half, 2 hours. And I was talking to her for so long that my legs were getting tired. And then I came to a realization that day because I was doing tech support. So those of you who've ever worked in a call center, you know how it works. They're always asking for overtime. They're always sporadically asking for overtime. And in talking to her, of course, that day they asked for overtime. I never do overtime. I never, when I was working hourly pay, I did not do overtime ever. To me, it's an insult. If you feel my labors are worth time and a half, then you should have paid that to me to begin with. But nevertheless, I calculated And I was like, dang, I spent 2 hours talking to this broad, hoping to smash, which means that I 22.50. So I just spent $45 talking to this broad. That's how I was thinking. Keep in mind, I made $15 an hour. So that's 3 hours of work. I spent 3 hours of work talking to her for 2 hours. Time is money. Now, take a broad like this, right? And minus the money aspect, because right now I'm saying time is money, but in her case, money is money. And let's just say you still make $15 an hour, right? If you have a long distance relationship with her, in order to maintain her interest and intimacy, you're going to have to talk a lot, 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 just to hit it like one time. Say you could only visit for like 3, 4 months, like once every 3, 4 months or so. How many conversations would you have? Let's say you talk to her every day or every other day. And let's just say that adds up to like 30 hours a month. So, you're what, 100 hours, 100 hours of your life talking to this broad to smash once or for one weekend or whatever. Jesus. They are a drain. And she's not taking it serious because women like to talk. She has a roster. She has a roster. There was this dude, I'm not going to say his name. There was this dude who, for whatever reason, thought he was like the handsomest nigga on the internet. And he would have these quote unquote relationships with some of the women that circle around these spaces. And they always end bad, but that aside, one of the things that struck me as odd was that he was engaged to one of the women. Like there were certificates and everything. But, and correct me if I'm wrong, like if the person is listening, he could tell me, they never met. They never met in real life, and they were engaged. They were engaged. Like paperwork was in process to get married. They were engaged. And I was like, wait, did y'all ever meet? Like he was telling me the story. It was so much drama. It was so much like weird stuff that I tuned out. But I'm thinking like, wait, did y'all ever meet? Did penis ever actually go into vagina? It would appear that they never met in real life. And if they did, it was very short lived. Meaning that this dude who is the self proclaimed handsomest thing on the internet, like, he was going to marry someone that he spent a single mother at that, very few in real life hours interacting with. I was like, wow. Yeah.
The time, very popular, okay, is a lot of these men like, well, I'm going to treat her like she's a part-time courtship, meaning I will use all of her time, FaceTime, phone calls,
and not send her any money, not do anything for her. No floral deliveries, no Cash App, no Amazon, wish list, nothing. No DoorDash, no Uber.
What the hell is the Amazon wish list? Don't get me wrong, I'm not stupid. I know what a wish list is, and of course I know what Amazon is. I don't see how that equates to a man giving a woman money or resources. So you're saying that you put stuff on your Amazon wish list and he grants that wish? Is that a thing? Amazon actually has a list of stuff people wish for instead of for just buying it? Wow. I am really just, oh crap. Okay. Um I don't really like online date. So as a byproduct of that, there isn't much room for long distance relationships. I didn't meet anybody in Florida that, hits me up and says, "Hey, I am how come you don't check my Amazon wish list?" Like, huh? Have I had women overseas do that for me? Do that to me? Yes. Yes, I have. Um, from many different countries. Have they there wasn't no Amazon wish list or DoorDash or anything like that, but have I had women that I've been with on vacation hit me up later with requests, um, financial requests? Absolutely. Some requests are as simple as just stating that it's their birthday. Like, hey, Poppy, it's my birthday. Like, oh, happy birthday. You gonna send me a gift? Fuck no. I'm not. And part of the reason why I don't, because I am a cheap bastard. That's one reason. But another reason is I know you'll fuck me anyway. The next time I'm in your country, if I'm ever in your neck of the woods again. So it's why would I send you anything? Yeah. So it exists everywhere, but and also because of the convenience, if she's not actually spending her birthday with you, then that means she could literally just send that like a blast text message to about 20 dudes. And if we all send like, let's just say $20, then she just made $400 on her birthday. Without doing anything. And this is why she has problems with, corporate guys or tech guys or non-street dudes, because non-street dudes really look at it like that. And I was raised in the street, so we have a different mindset as it applies to money that's really not going to favor them. We're always looking for a return on our investment. And sending a woman that she slept with a long time ago, like a thank you tip is not a return on the investment. It's really not.
Eats, no nothing. Okay. Yet he's on the phone with you every day asking you, hey, what have you eaten today? Have you eaten today? Girl, you have to peep their game. They don't want to spend any money and they just want to cover you in prayer. Please. Like I said, all of my dating principles apply. I don't care if he's long distance. I don't care. Every man is going to be treated the same. If I have a problem, I'm going to let you know. You're going to be the first one I tell. Are you going to help me solve it? Yes or no? I don't care if you're not next to me. If anything, you should be proving yourself even more because we're not face to face and because you can't comfort me with a hug. So you need to comfort me with, hello. Then here comes the common complaint from you girls. Well, I don't.
Because we're not face to face and you can't comfort me with a hug, you need to comfort me with money. The cool part is that I prefer this mentality over different type of comfort. And let me explain that. If a picture is worth 1,000 words and a video is worth 1,000 pictures and an in-person experience is worth 1,000 videos, then an in-person experience is worth 1 billion words. I'm going to repeat that. If a picture is worth 1,000 words and a video is worth 1,000 pictures and an in-person experience is worth 1,000 videos, then a in-person experience is worth 1 billion words. So what you're doing when you are trying to maintain an online relationships and y'all talking well into the night and stuff like that, you're trying to substitute an in-person experience with 1 billion words. Fuck that.
I want him to know where I live. Use your critical thinking skills. Okay. You do not need to give him your address to receive Cash App, right? Or Zelle. Or if you want to pick up a gift, you know what? Hey, well, call a local florist and I will go pick up my flowers. Or better yet, just give me the money so I can get what I need. That's it. When your tires are all broken, what is he going to do except for send that money? So girls, think. Understand that if he...
Oh my God, the tires are all broken. Isn't that what Sexy Red did to the homie? Shout out to the homie. Shout yourself out if you want to. But isn't that what Sexy Red did to the homie? Like, my tires need a fixing. She send those messages to like 10 dudes.
Wants phone calls and FaceTime, that it's only going to be a date. Okay, now make it make sense for you. Now, this is it right here. When he visits you he's going to visit you for the first few times. You're not going to fly over to see him. I don't care. Okay. He's going to figure out where he's staying, not at your place. Hello. And he's going to figure out his own transport. Okay. He's going to figure this out.
Oh. Okay. So you fly yourself in, which, okay, I can understand that because especially if you live in a place like California or Miami or something like that, or New York, basically a place where people want to go for whatever reason. If you fly her in, then you might not even meet her. She's just like, oh, I got a free ticket to New York, or I got a free ticket to Los Angeles, or I got a free ticket to Miami. And she probably has other plans in that city. So yeah, it's better for you to fly yourself in. Now you do run the possibility that she won't show up. if you fly yourself in, and there's always that possibility. In fact, in modern times, that is a likelihood, because women like her are so makeup and filtered that they don't want to see the decline in interest in your face when you see her face. Meaning you're going to get there and she's going to look nothing like what you see, and then there's going to be that disappointment. So there is that possibility. Well, for that reason, it is better that you fly in. Hit the like button. And get your own hotel. That depends. That depends, because now she's talking about like enormous expense. It's amazing how these women think that men just have like this Scrooge McDuck money pin that they could go through. Like, and God forbid that you cut any corners in doing this. You rent your own car. It's got to be the luxury, because you're still trying to impress her with wealth. It's got to be the luxury model, and you got to get the luxury suite. You can't just do a Holiday Inn or a Motel 6. That's gonna turn her off. And once she's turned off, all the money that you already spent, on the plane ticket and everything, went to waste. Not to mention the time that you probably took off work. So, all that goes to waste if she's not satisfied with the motel that you get. And yeah, you gotta get your own transportation. So it just adds up. Because not like she has a car.
This is actually something that a father figure actually told me. He told me this. He's like, a man is responsible to figure everything out on his own. Okay. If you make it easy for him, that's your fault and you're stupid. That's what he said. Not my words, his words. Okay. True. Because then
your father didn't think that you would be a gold digging whore. You see, and trust me, I don't think that her father actually did this on purpose. I think that her father actually tried to teach her balance, between finding a provider husband versus a somebody who just mooches off of her. But this is the message that she got from it, because she's a Christian.
and he's going to think you're a taxi. Okay. This has happened to friends of mine where guys have flown in to see them, and then all of a sudden she is the taxi. There's no gas money. There's no nothing. And then she feels like an idiot. Okay. Stupid. Make him figure it out. He's grown. Okay. Also, he should be greeting you with gifts. Gifts. Florals should be in his hands. Gifts for all of the time we've had apart. Dating for marriage, long distance. Now, girls, I've been engaged.
You should pay for the time that y'all weren't spending together. You should pay for the times that you didn't, that he should be paying you for the time he wasn't fucking you. This is, okay. This is the real reason why they hate passport bros so much. I don't know where she lives, because like one thing it says Miami, now it's saying Washington. I don't know if that's DC or Washington State. Probably DC, because Miami's a city, so that thing lists cities. So listen, if you are going to pay for hotel, transportation, airfare, gifts, why not, instead of for going to Miami, you just take another extra hour and go to the Caribbean? You take an extra 2 hours and go to Colombia. Every time I go to the Caribbean, um, it's a connecting flight from Miami. It is. Every time I go to the Caribbean, it's I fly like out of Miami or New York. And every time I go to South America, I fly out of Dallas. Why in the fuck with this bitch? And that's what she's starting to realize. That's why she's saying stuff like that. They don't think about, cost benefit analysis, and they don't think about risk benefit analysis. If hood dudes really thought about risk reward analysis, then they wouldn't be hood dudes. They wouldn't be street dudes. Because it is high risk. That lifestyle, even in its heyday, it was still very high risk. It was very, very, very high risk. For, quite frankly, at least on the outstart, something that's not rewarding from a money standpoint. So they don't really think that way. And this isn't just limited to the black ones. Like, criminal life really, for most criminal enterprises, don't really have a huge payday like that. Especially when you factor in the risk. So yeah, because men, non-street dudes, are doing the whole risk benefit analysis, and they're like, listen, you want to be a sugar baby? I can use a sugar baby. You give it to me like I like, every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, and I pay you one lump sum at the end of the month. You want that? I'll do that. No, I would much rather I not fuck you for long periods of time, and then when you finally fly in to see me, because even though you're buying a hotel, you still have to go through the inconvenience of being in the city that I lived in, just so it's easier for me to get to you on your dime. I still want you to do that, and then I'll go to the hotel and give you some once. But you still have to pay me for all the time I talked to you on the phone and we wasn't fucking. Shit's weird. Shit's weird. Oh, wow. Okay. This chick is spectacular. I have to say that. This is some spectacular stuff.
Boyfriend, girlfriend purgatory and hoax. Something that I know you've seen also on TikTok or Instagram or any social media is when you see these men who are doing these grandiose gestures to ask these of fake love bombing, okay? And they have the
something. I think she's lived with her parents until she's like 30. Now, don't get me wrong. It's men can't do that. It's like, oh, you're a loser. You live with your parents. You in your mama basement, which is what they say about every red pill content creator. But you could tell by the fact that those are not her books, and the decor that we seen earlier, that she's definitely living with a much, 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 much older person. Likely her parents. Yep. Don't give it up without a ring on your finger. Marriage is protection for, holy crap. Marriage is protection for women, and he can't leave as easily if you're married. But you can.
Just beaming with joy, and there's cameras and this and that. You want to hear the hot take? This just tells me exactly what I've been saying. The boyfriend-girlfriend hoax is only for sexual exclusivity. Anytime I see a man who's doing something...
Yes, it is. See, I'm glad that she's saying this. Yes. Okay. So in the scenario that she's describing, a guy dates a girl for 3 weeks. And then he asked to be her boyfriend / girlfriend, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. That's because he wants to end the dating phase. He wants to end the dating phase and get into the relationship phase. Because in the dating phase, he's spending. I mean, he's still spending in a relationship phase, but not as much as he's spending in the dating phase. In the relationship phase, you're eating out every time you see each other. In the dating phase, you're eating out every time you see each other. In the relationship phase, you're not eating out every time you see each other. It's a daily occurrence. You're spending days together, and you're fucking during those days. So he's eager to get out of the dating phase. Why? Because the dating phase is expensive. It's expensive AF. With no reward, or with very little reward. I mean, even if the dating phase is one where it's sexual, he's still spending a lot of time, money, and energy on a date for a short period of time of her sexual effort. He wants that to end. He wants to be in a situation where sex is just a natural part of the relationship, and he's living his day-to-day life, and they date from time to time. But when they're not dating, the relationship is still going. That's what he wants, because he's a smart person. And that's why you are more into street dudes, because they are the ones that are still going for that. And then, she says, as it says here, oh no, that's not her, that's somebody else. It says they all wear the same makeup and wigs. But it says, yep, don't give it up without a ring on your finger. Marriage is protection for women, and he can't leave as easily if you're married. No, they're basically saying, get as much shit from him as you can before the relationship hits its inevitable end.
Romantic, and it has something to do with a hotel mattress or mattress, anything with a mattress. Okay. While he's asking her to be the girlfriend, or let's go on a trip. And then you see all the celebrations around the mattress. It's literally what I'm saying. It's not a compliment. When you're dating for a ring, you really start to see things very differently. And I would have friends who would just brag about, look what he did for me. And I'm looking at the roses on the bed. I'm looking at the box of lingerie that he bought her. I'm like, yeah, honey, you're gonna have to perform for that girlfriend status that you want so bad. Yeah, girl, perform. Sorry.
Don't you know you actually have to have sex if you want to be a girlfriend? I can't believe these women are so stupid that they don't realize that guys want to have sex with their girlfriends. They're so stupid. They're so dumb. I'm laughing at them. I mean, I'm trying to get married, but I'm trying to get married to a man that don't want to have sex with me. So when somebody asked me earlier, would I have sex with her? Y'all gotta understand, when you ask these questions, what you're really asking. Because what you're asking is, if after this stream, she just so happened to be in my bed naked, would I perform? And the answer to that is yes. Would I go through, because you're describing a situation where sex is guaranteed. Would I go through the mental gymnastics of trying to seduce her? Fuck no. Fuck no. I notice she's a time waster, and I notice she's an attempted money waster. So no, fuck no.
But like, I want you girls to really think about this once and for all, okay? And get your dating philosophy right. Make a decision in this 2024 where you're going to be. Are you going to be roster dating? Or are you going to be the boyfriend-girlfriend situationship, proving yourself sexually and paying for it with your body? I want to know what you're about to do. That actually is between you and God, okay?
I want to be married, but I don't want to have to prove myself sexually. She has exhausted all non-street dudes. The only ones who are still going for this foolishness is street dudes. Now I'm about to talk to you ninjas in the chat room. Oh, Pookie Ray Ray is taking all the... What the fuck? Let me tell you something. If you are jealous of Pookie Ray Ray right now or ever, you that is a you problem. You have a severe you problem if you are jealous of Pookie Ray Ray right now. Pookie Ray Ray is the last man standing as it relates to men who are still willing to give her money without fucking her. Just so they could walk around saying, I ain't no trick. What the fuck? That is terrible that the world sees you that way. They see you as the ultimate trick. A trick that they don't have to fuck. Are street dudes taking forever to fuck? I don't know. I'm a dude from the street. I'm not a street dude. I do not know if they're taking forever to fuck. But I do know that they invest the most, like time, money, energy into doing it I don't know if they receive ample return. That I can't tell you. I do know that they they risk the most to do it. I don't know if they receive ample return. From what I see from the outside, they may or may not be waiting, but I do know that they are willing to wait, and they're very willing to wait for very low quality.
But you cannot be wavering. Make a decision. I don't just say this stuff to say it. Okay, I say it because I've been through it. I didn't know at one point I was also wavering, and I was kind of like, I don't know, can I have a boyfriend? But like also roster date a little bit later, or like I want to kind of give him a chance a little bit, but I kind of want to see what's here. No. Months were wasted. And guess what? Energy was obsessive over one man.
Months were wasted. Sweetie, this was 2023 and you're still in the exact same position. Actually worse. So you are wasting time.
And doesn't make sense. Okay? About, is he going to propose? Is he going to do this? Is he going to do that? Is he one man versus over here? When you roster date, you actually see how far men are willing to go to compete for you. It's real competition. This is real life bachelorette stuff right here. Okay? I mean,
thank you. Thank you. Oh, Jeebus. Jeebus. Thank you for sending me this. Thank you for sending me this. These women will never fail to tell on themselves. These women will never fail to tell on themselves. I told y'all I quit online dating a long time ago because I knew something was up with the mentality of the women who did it. And thank you for telling me exactly what the fuck it is. They just go on there to feel like they're on The Bachelorette. Nigga, do you want to feel like you are a contestant on The Bachelorette when you're online dating? Who in the fuck does that? I remember the Pineapple Show with Melly Monaco. And I was thinking, like, what type of nigga calls that? What type of person calls that? And what type of woman actually gets on camera just to pineapple a bunch of dudes? It's the women who go for that feeling of they all want me, they can't have me, so they try to chat with me. Do you want to be a part of that? And women, because I've suggested that women, it's probably not the best place to find a dude. Women have to ask themselves who online date themselves. Do you want a man that is willing to be a part of that? I'm going to repeat. Do you want a man that is willing to be a part of that? Who is part of her roster? Knowingly or not, he is part of her roster. Most men who see her picture is going to swipe right. So they're going to be a part of her roster for as long as she wishes to keep him on the roster. This was said roster dating. Virtual validation seekers, exactly. I'm gonna play that again.
One man versus over here. When you roster date, you actually see how far men are willing to go to compete for you. It's real competition. This is real life bachelorette stuff right here. Okay? I mean, when I think about the comparison of how far
oh, Pookie. Oh, damn. Damn. This is gold. This is gold. And the cool part is that this is all before the whole Pookie video. Because the Pookie video looked like it was done this month. But this was done like a couple years ago. So what does this mean?
I'm going to talk more about the boyfriend girlfriend purgatory and hoax. Something that I know you've seen also on TikTok.
It means that after years, because this was 2023.
Girlfriend.
It's about to be 2026. So this was going on 2 years ago. This is like in a couple of weeks it'll be 2 years. In a couple of weeks it'll be 2 years. So 2 years ago she's talking about roster dating and how she feels like she's the bachelorette and shit like that. And now she's complaining that dudes are not really in her inbox. They're not in her pockets like that. You know, they're not competing. They're not in her roster anymore. She's complaining that the only dudes that are in her roster willing to spend is Pookie. What does that mean, Pookie? It means that you're the last fucking resort. It means that you are the last fucking resort because everybody else wants something in return. Poor Pookie.
When they know all it takes is some bouquets, some spoiling, maybe throw some money here, and he has access to all of her goods. It's not a difficult formula. Over here, he has to do more. He has to drive 3 hours to see you. He has to be doing all kinds of sacrifice. Maybe he needs to be buying you furniture for your new apartment. Girl, I don't know. But he has to be doing things he never thought he would do for your affection. Maybe he was a womanizer. Maybe he's used to having sex after seeing someone for 2 or 3 months in the girlfriend stage. But now he's out here waiting for you. He's doing things he never thought he'd do. While you are dating, you're seeing what's out there and you're not stopping. Make a decision, my girls. I'm going to talk more about the boyfriend, girlfriend.
Wow. Just wow.
Complex. I want to talk about this. I know it's going to be a very touchy subject. However, if you know you are wanting to date for lifestyle, you want a provider, you want that, the typical lingo. I want to talk about this. Mommy issues. If you knew, welcome. We talk about dating a boyfriend, girlfriend status is allowed. Okay. Now let's dive into my little TED talk. Now, this type of thing, okay,
This was
Black daughter
2024. This was a year ago. It's funny. It's funny how she's talking up this lifestyle that's very unsuccessful. That's why she's switching it up and going the Pookie route. And so this high value man marriage thing, wife thing, they see right through you. So now you're just going for a bunch of low hanging fruit in the form of Pookie, in the form of street dudes.
in particular are going to have things a little bit differently, because this is honestly how it is across the diaspora, okay? Caribbean parents, African parents, or Black American parents, okay? You're more likely to see this dynamic all the time. Now, do other races deal with this? Absolutely. But do their daughters come out on top somehow, some way? Yes, okay? Is it an unfair ratio? Yes, but I also feel like it's okay to talk about. Personally, being raised in an immigrant household, a Black immigrant household, it's going to be vastly different than my friends who were raised in an immigrant household that were Pakistani. Okay. The outcome is just very different. Unfortunately, this is a very popular dynamic. And this is also why so many women have so many issues asking a man for things, because of this parentification, which I will get to. Okay. So, there's just something about a pick-me mother that has so much pride and ego that no matter what is going on in their personal life, they will make you believe that everything is going very, very well, okay? Here's the result. Rather they are 100% being the provider in the dynamic, or they're being a stay-at-home mom, somehow the responsibility for the marriage working always falls on men somehow, okay? And unfortunately, when you were raised by a woman who has low self-worth or low self-esteem, she becomes this. She's unable to be tender. She can't give sound advice, and she's easily triggered. Okay. Easily triggered because she doesn't have the patience, because her cup is so full that she can't take it anymore.
What a lazy bitch. These women want to be housewives without actually having to do wife shit. And I'm so frustrated because I actually have to do stuff. I actually have to cook, clean, and be an adult. And now I can't give sound advice. Terrible. Terrible.
And then you have the father figures, or the fathers in this dynamic, who are emotionally absent, emotionally lazy, and cheating and providing for his second or third family.
They put the word emotionally when a person isn't actually a thing. So they just put the word emotionally in front of it so they can say that they are that thing, even though they know that they're not. For example, emotionally absent, meaning that a person is there. He's not actually absent, but he's emotionally absent. This is their way of calling a person absent who's right fucking there. You're absent. Bitch, I'm right here. I work from home. We're together 23 hours a day. Yeah, but you're emotionally absent. What's the other one? Emotionally lazy. I work my ass off. Yes, but you're emotionally lazy. Cheats on. Okay, that's not an emotionally one. You ever notice the word emotionally intelligent is really just they put the word emotional in front of the word intelligent so they can call themselves intelligent while being as stupid as this bitch. That's really what it's about. Yes, I'm emotionally intelligent. Yeah. Actually intelligent people don't have to use the word emotional. They're just intelligent. And they really don't have to like call themselves that, others do. So yeah.
Said it. And as Frank Ocean would say, dream killer. This is what happens. This is the result of a mother who is like this. She becomes a dream killer. Anytime you talk or want to share good news, she can't take it. She'll act happy on the outside, but internally is dying, because her putting up with all these struggles does not necessarily mean that she wants to see you do better. I know that sounds really hard and really triggering. However, just because on the outside they say, I want the best for you, does not necessarily mean their actions always line up, right? How many of you girls have shared great news? Oh, he did this for me. This guy did this for me. And they're smiling, but they're not really smiling on the inside, okay? Because at the end of the day, the reality is actually going to kick you in the face like a bunch of bricks, okay? Yes, 20, 30 years later, wow, I could have had what my daughter's having. Yes, that whole dynamic is very real. I could have what my daughter's having, and I know I'm never going to get that. I'm never going to get divorced. I'm never going to leave. So I just have to put up with what I got to put up with.
Wait, what?
And as a young child, okay, shared great news. Oh, he did this for me. This guy did this for me. And they're smiling, but they're not really smiling on the inside, okay? Because at the end of the day, the reality is actually going to kick you in the face like a bunch of bricks, okay? Yes, 20, 30 years later, wow, I could have had what my daughter's having. Yes, that whole dynamic.
You're saying that your mother's jealous. So she's not talking about herself. I thought she was a single mother that just so happened to be a pick me, or at least identify as a pick me. But she's talking about her mom, and she's saying that her mom is jealous of her. But it seems like her mom is married, and this woman has been spending like the last few years trying to get married and teaching others how to get married while she's single. But her mother is jealous of her. Yeah, somebody said she's bragging to her mother about her roster. Yep. Because her mother wants to be her. Now, that's true in the case of single moms and the daughter, looks like her but younger. That is true, but that's not what's going on here. It seems like you want to be your mom.
Is very, very real. I could have what my daughter's having, and I know I'm never going to get that. I'm never going to get divorced. I'm never going to leave. So
I'm never going to get a divorce. So her mother is married. And you're suggesting that the mother divorces so she could be like you. If your mother's jealous, where's her TikTok? Because it really seems like it's the other way around.
To put up with what I got to put up with. And as a young child, okay, a lot of the consequence that we also deal with is this whole entire concept that you have to pretty much parent yourself, because you have two emotionally unavailable people. You have one person who's working like a horse, and you have the other one who's also might be working like a horse or might be doing nothing. But no matter what,
look at how they present this. The mother is working like a horse, and the father is doing nothing. Once again, she's using the word emotionally to make it seem like he is absent, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But no, it seems like your mother has it pretty good. And you're living in their house at 30. You just got your own, looks like studio apartment that you share with your friend. You just started with that. And yeah.
You're not going to see this kind of man that she chooses, spoiling the mother, taking care of the mother, giving her A1 treatment. You're not going to see it. So what's going to happen is this super hyper independence is what's going to happen with the daughter. Okay. Rather she's the eldest, rather she's a middle kid, rather she's the youngest. It's hyper.
But you're not hyper independent. You are living with someone, and you have been for the lion's share of your adult life. I don't know who it is. I don't know if it's your mother, with the antique furniture in the place, but I do know that you were not independent. Like, you have a recent video talking about, I got my first place. You are not independent. You are not NOT. You are not independent. Your mom is not jealous of the girl that's living with her.
Dependence, or she becomes nice girl coded. Okay. Or she becomes super, super mean, which then sabotages the chance to attract a provider and a protector. You must be aware of how
Your mom did, because she's not stupid.
your childhood and your upbringing does affect you and your ability to attract men that can take care of you.
Oh, okay. All right. Let's she is with a man that's taking care of her. It's you probably call him dad. This shit's holy crap. All right. I'm moving on to where she says, my first apartment or some shit. Yeah, of course you're putting on makeup and doing the whole fake luxury lifestyle routine that all these women are doing. And you're still talking about your pick me mom. So who's jealous of who? Here we go. Finally living alone. Let's see.
I have been wanting to get away from my pick me now, and I finally have been able to get myself a really nice Airbnb for a few weeks, and I'm so
Okay. Wait a minute. So she was living with her parents. Hold on. Let's see. And this is an Airbnb. This is not like
Airbnb, and I'm so happy and excited. If you girls have been following me for some time, I have been wanting to get away from my pick me mom dynamic and Dusty.
I have been wanting to get away from my pick me mom dynamic. So all the while she was talking shit, making videos about her pick me mom, she was actually living with her pick me mom.
Father figure dynamic for some time.
And father figure dynamic. So maybe it's a stepdad. Somebody's asking what's the race play going on. I don't know. It could be like a white mom and, even a white stepdad. And she's the result of some BBC that the mom got beforehand. Who knows? Or maybe it's her real dad that she don't give him the respect of calling dad and say father figure.
Now, and I finally have been able to get myself a really nice Airbnb for a few weeks, and I'm so happy. I feel like I can finally breathe, especially around this holiday season. And I want to give you girls a little tour. So the thing I really like about this particular Airbnb is that it's a full like kitchen, comes with all the fun teas and stuff. I brought my own, okay, but still dishwasher, the whole, it's literally like a really nice 1 bedroom apartment. Okay. It's actually the basement of like the owners upstairs, but they completely renovated this place. And as you girls can see, it's really, really nice. I love this couch area.
It is nice. It is nice. You're living in an Airbnb of someone's basement. And you're bragging. And you think that your mama is jealous of you. Holy crap! Holy shit! Holy shit! Nope, I'm not done yet. Holy shit. You're in an Airbnb in someone's basement, getting funding from street niggas, hoping to fuck one day, bragging that your happily married mom is so pick me. Pick me's are winning, and you're in a basement. Pick for now. You're in a basement for now. I don't know how long this, sweet life of a basement thing is gonna last you, but when it's over, it's over.
Super comfy, watching really nice Korean drama. I love this little seating area, coat rack, and then the bathroom. I made myself very comfortable, okay? But like all of my stuff in there, and then I want to show you girls the main room, and just genuinely really happy about it. Closet space is pretty nice. They also have a washer and dryer, as you can see here. So pretty, pretty good with that. And yeah, girls, I mean, I am here and getting comfortable. I brought my own candle and my own like pumpkin chai room spray from Bath and Body.
Your mom got a husband and you got a candle. Your mom got a husband and you got a candle. Your mom got a husband and you got a candle. Now, and your mom's jealous of you because your mom don't have a candle. Overall, happy to be having my own space. Let's see how the rest of the trip goes. This is a trip. This isn't even your life. This is a trip. This is a trip to DMV. I haven't been to the DMV since like Howard Homecoming days. So I don't know what it's like on a day to day. I do know that it is very, 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 very cold. It is very cold. Um, so whenever y'all hear me say I wish I went to a HBCU, I'm saying that because I'm talking to you in a place that's not cold as fuck. She is in a cold basement. This is November 9th. She is in a cold basement.
Works. Genuinely just trying to make this space mine as much as possible, even if
No, think about it. Isn't that's the same place that squat bitch was squatting? Yeah, that's the same. Yeah, so they got the same. That's the same place that squat bitch is squatting. Okay, this is funny.
it's just for like 3 weeks. And, girls, if you're living at home and you have the financial ability to get an Airbnb for a couple of weeks or something, or do some type of temporary something, do it. I'm in a position where I can, and I'm really grateful for that. And while it's not an actual apartment that I have month after month, it's something that I can do right now, and it's flexible enough with my job and what I can afford on my own, and I'm happy about that. The only downside of being here thus far is the fact that the host is a little bit
So apparently there's like a really weird guest policy, and apparently I'm not allowed to have any guests come over without being charged. And I've never had that experience with any Airbnb before. And seeing as though Thanksgiving is coming up, I really wanted to have my little sister come by. I really wanted to invite my best friend over and like host people. And I'm local, so I was explaining to the host that yeah, like what's the issue with having friends over for a couple of hours? They wouldn't sleep over, anything like that. But she was just like, no, it's a liability thing. And I just feel like it's just, this is the only thing that pissed me off, because I have this amazing space and I've been wanting to host and do exciting things. And I feel like my plans for this apartment rental is not really coming to fruition like I had imagined. So I am a little bummed about that. Despite going back and forth, when she did tell me that I could adjust the number of guests prior to the reservation, she told me, first of all, this guest policy very last minute, like 3 hours before I arrived. And then when I did see the message, I adjusted it and I thought it would just be like free of charge or something. I ended up getting charged an extra grand for adding like guests. Not that they were sleeping over, but I was like, these are just people that would come by throughout the 3 week stay that I'm here. And she was like, no, it's liability. So safe to say that I'm very disappointed on that front, because I really thought I'd be able to invite my aunt over and have tea here, or like have breakfast with my bestie here, like at my table. And, I really just kind of wanted to, play house, but not really, because I'm paying for this crap. Like, what the heck? I also feel like I'm going to probably call Airbnb and like ask about like this guest policy, if this is something that genuinely is individual, or if there's just like a company thing. Like I don't really know, but it's really peeving me. I just very disappointed. So that kind of just really rained on my parade. But I mean, overall, I am happy to be here. I'm happy to have my own space. It's just proving to not be what I had 100% imagined, but I'm trying to make the best of it for what it's worth. But yeah, I will be trying to get comfortable here for the next couple of weeks. But this is definitely not a rental that I feel like I'm probably going to return to, if I'm being honest. I mean, it's surprisingly difficult to find rentals that have a full kitchen, or rentals that are not that allow you to have the whole entire space for a reasonable price. And for 3 weeks, I'm like spending around like 2K. But yeah, I'm just kind of like, I'm really bummed out that I can't invite my friends or family, even just for like 10 minutes to like see me. And I feel like around Thanksgiving, there's just like no mercy from this host, and it's just very disappointing. I'm finally in my Airbnb and I'm so happy and excited. If you
Okay. Very nice place. Now, for those of you who are not in the know, we don't have any basements, I don't think, anywhere in California. So let's start there. Let's start there, so y'all can understand who you're speaking to, or who's speaking to you, when I say that that is a very, very, very nice basement. And my perception of basements has never been that. This is from a person who has never owned a basement myself, nor have I ever really, and I'm thinking hard, I don't think that I've ever been to someone's house who had a basement. Basements is not a California. Back me up in the chat if you're from Cali. Back me up in the chat. I don't know if it's for earthquake reasons or what have you, but we don't have basements. I picture basements as a place that is the foundation of the home, and therefore there's a lot of visible cement everywhere. It's a place where people keep their washer dryer. It's a place where people store like old stuff that has sentimental values that they don't want to throw away, like records or something like that. Um, it's like an extra room that's purely dedicated to storing crap that you don't want. So with that perception of what a basement is, I have to say that is extremely impressive. That is an extremely impressive basement. Coming from the perception of someone who, once again, y'all know my situation in dealing in basements. So that being said, there is the entry aspect to it that I'm curious about. And once again, you people from elsewhere, talk to me in the chat. Talk to me in the chat. Isn't a basement the way to get to the basement is either A, through the house, like on the Cosby Show, where they had a door in the kitchen that led to the basement, meaning that if she had any guests, they would have to walk through the house and get to the basement, which means that the owner of the house in the basement don't want a bunch of people just trafficking in and out of the basement, a bunch of strangers just trafficking in and out of their house to get to the basement. Now, that's one understanding of basement I have. The other understanding of basement I have is where the entrance to the basement is actually outside and there's a padlock on it. And when there's a tornado, people open up the padlock and walk down like the dungeony steps and get to the basement. Which one is more likely to be what she has there in DC? Because I'm picturing it's the interest being to the house. Help me out in the chat room. I'm picturing the interest being to the house, which would explain, like, if I had somebody in the basement like that, I don't want a bunch of people I don't know just trafficking through the house. I mean, I'm really $2,000 a month is great extra income. So I'm really just I'm really just like doing this for the money, and it's an inconvenience having you there. Like if this is a married woman, she don't want you around her husband and all kind of stuff, but they're willing to do it for that bread. And I understand that. But to just have like you and your friends and your girls be like, oh, period, yes, and sipping mimosas all loud and shit underneath their feet, they don't want that. And they don't want a bunch of strangers just coming into the house like that. So I feel that. I do. Let's see what y'all say in the chat room. Oh, so what I was describing with the thing is a storm shelter. Yeah, I only see those when it's a storm. In fact, I think I've seen it on Superman. Like one of the originals, Christopher Reeve Superman. Okay, so yeah, so she's not in a storm shelter. She's in a basement, and basements you got to go through the house. So that makes sense that they don't want all that. There's some nice remodeled basements out here. I'm in one now. Okay, cool. Out of town with my girlfriend, and her friend's house has a bar, pool table, separate bedroom, and some couches. Yeah. So they spend some money into it. I see people remake a lot of stuff, not basements because of where I live, but I've seen some like made up garages and stuff. People like in their backyard will build, like, my backyard isn't large enough for that, but people in their backyards will build like little apartments. And I guess you can Airbnb it out and make some bread. So yeah. Let's see. Now you can get in the back. You can get in the basement through. Okay, so that's not a storm shelter. So apparently there's some where you get into the backyard, but even still, there is something that's and maybe it's just me, and maybe I'm being petty, but I don't know. It's just something about walking downstairs to get to your place that that's really unsettling. And I'm pretty sure the ambiance isn't there in the entrance, you know. So like, yeah, yeah. Um, very common. A lot of old school housing would solve problems like duplexes. Yeah, yeah. Hey, it's extra space, and and money is money. So yeah. The only place on the West Coast I seen with basements in Seattle, older homes. Okay, so I haven't been to Seattle. So yeah, okay, we have both. Okay, where they get to it from the inside and outside. Gotcha. That's a storm shelter. Frankenstein is her roommate. I don't understand the joke. Depends on the state. Some houses only have one way basement, which you have to actually be inside the house. Okay. She's in a DMV. I know it's not a state. It's three states, but I don't know. I'm gonna judge by the owner's reaction that they don't want a bunch, because like if it's outside and a bunch of people just is in and out the backyard, that's not like a major deal. But you sitting at home watching Tubi or something, and some random person come knocking on, nobody want to deal with that crap. Most basement I've seen had a door leading to the backyard, as well as, what do you mean leading to the backyard? You mean it has a back door? So it has to be stairs involved, or else it's above ground, meaning it's not a basement. A place with direct entrance to the basement is not too common. It's underground. Yeah. Yeah. My parents have a big screen, small gym area, pool table, trophies in the basement. Okay, cool. Let's see. Yeah, it would be unsettling if you grew up with no basements. Probably. Yeah, I never had to take stairs down to get to someone from ground level. So yeah, maybe that's it. Uh, Now I have been in $1 million homes in the Oakland Hills, where because it's on a hill, the slant part of the hill, you can actually build downward into the hill because it's not an even surface. So you can have like a 5-story home, and these are expensive homes. And you walk in, and like the main area is up, but that's not a basement where it's flat and somebody dug a hole into the ground. A little different, but I have been in situations where the kids' room, say, was downstairs from the living room. DMV housing is expensive, as where GC is from. So, what did she say? 2,000 a month. She's for an apartment like that. Yeah, I would say it's about the same. I would say it's about the same. But I think Airbnbs, because you're paying cleaning fees and stuff, are more expensive than regular places. So, yes. Okay. All right. The basement door was both sides, inside and outside. Yeah, JC, you pretty much described the basement well. What, you talking about the thing on the side of the hill? They come through the outside door. Okay, so she's complete. So her only here's what gets me about this whole basement situation, which is not hers. She's talking crap about her pick me mom who she lives with and her husband, and she feels that her pick me mom that she lives with is jealous of her. You, what pisses me off most about this is that she's not balling. She's not like living the glamorous life. She's living with her mom and her mom's antique furniture that she probably got from her life, or her mom. But when you look at like the picture here, you know, she has like this luxurious background, you know, that she got on the hotel lobby of a sneaky link. Ah, oh, Jesus. And look at this one. Like they keep trying to just show a life of luxury. They try to show off and portray this image of a life of luxury. But really, when you break it down, they're a chick in a mama basement. That is the cold hard fact. I'm trying to see other places where she's trying to show luxury. So here, while she's in her mama's house, stop being afraid to say you living in her house with a platinum blonde, you know, Targaryen wig on. Your mom don't want to be you, sweetie. Ask yourself, where do they get this money from? They get their money from the same place that hood niggas get their money from. And they get their money from not having any day-to-day living expenses. And the worst part is about the basement situation. I keep forgetting. I keep getting sidetracked on that. The worst part of the basement situation is that if she met a dude who lived in that basement, he would be the same age. He would be a broke ass nigga. Even if he lived in the luxury that she visits, he would be a broke ass nigga in her eyes. Hit the like button. Think about that for a second. Every dude she meets that's trying to get with her, trying to date her and stuff, they have to do that and financially support themselves. Because they can't live at home with mama while talking shit about mama. Oh, no. They can't do that. They actually have to pay rent and pay for your pretend lifestyle. All while being the same age as you. And equal and just as handsome as you are pretty. You see the unrealistic burden of masculinity that bras like this put on people? It's retarded. Life isn't over at 30. So let's see when this was.
This is an inspirational video. If you girls are in your late 20s or early 30s and you're afraid to go after your dreams, I want to literally tell you girls my testimony, okay? I'm 29 years old in this photo and I am a cheerleader. It's my second year being a cheerleader. I did not think it'd be possible, but here I am, okay?
Why didn't you think it would be possible? Somebody tell me, is this a real team? Y'all know I'm a nerd and I don't sports. Is this a real team? Is this an actual like team where players play? Or is she like a cheerleader at like the local fair for the Pee Wee League, something or other? Like, is she an actual team cheerleader? Or is she like a junior college cheerleader? Is she the Wyotech cheerleader? Like, tell me, is this a team? I don't know. Orange and black with dots and shit. Like, I know teams. I know Warriors and I know Lakers and Bulls and Raiders and 49ers and stuff. And this isn't none of those. So what the fuck? Is this y'all not telling me? Y'all not telling me shit. Tell me, is this a team? Is this a real team?
When people tell you that you're aging, you're getting up there, and you feel like you just can't go after your dreams, you can't be an ice skater, you can't be a ballroom dancer, you can't enter pageants, please do said thing. Please do it for yourself. Make your life exciting. Make your life saucy, okay? Your life is not limited to getting coffee and going to Pilates. Nothing's wrong with that, but just live. Okay, I'm showing you girls like some behind the scenes of me and my teammates. This particular clip, we are waiting for our score. And I just honestly feel like my inner girl is so happy. Like, I did not have the chance as a teenager to really be the competitive all-star cheerleader I always wanted to be. I didn't have supportive parents. So me giving this to myself as an adult has been so healing for me. And I've always said this. I've always been like, I refuse to live vicariously through my children. I want to live the life I'm meant to live for me. And I'm not.
Okay. So this is not a thing. Fuck all of you. Let's start there. Let's start there. Fuck all. Nobody had. Y'all know. Somebody here watch sports and shit to know that is, because now I had to wait and see like this fake Superman label to come to the conclusion that this is not a sport or any whatever the fuck. So you are not a cheerleader because you're not cheering anybody on. You're not cheering anyone on. You're just cheering for the sake of cheering. What the fuck? And this is your flex. This is your flex. I'm like, listen, I don't know all the teams. I do not know all the teams. You know, I admit that. I know all the species on Star Wars. I do not know all the fucking teams. So, and y'all didn't even tell me. So, because y'all think the shit funny to watch me struggle. What the fuck is this? This is a bunch of fucking adults living their missed childhood by saying go team go with no fucking team. And your mama want to be you. And your mama want to be you. Holy shit. And this is your flex. There's nothing wrong with 30. I could still cheer. Holy shit. This is like if Al Bundy was still playing football, like when he was 30. But it's not actual football. It's just a bunch of 30-year-old dudes getting together on the weekend and playing football. This is like a bowling league. This, what the fuck? Oh, shit. She is really stunting.
I'm not going to stop until I accomplish all of my dreams and
What does she call the type of dating that she does? Virtual dating or something like that? Like, what does she call that? Crap. This is where it leads. Living in your mama house, renting basements from other people from time to time, dating Pookie just for trinkets, and going to adult cheer tournaments. Roster dating. Thank you. This is what roster dating get you. Well, while there are women your age, you know, pregnant with, in my family, pregnant with their second kid, happily married and shit like that. This is you. This is you. This is your life. This is your life.
all of my goals. Like, I'm not going to let age stop me. And I hope age is not going to stop you.
Oh, shit, she could flip. Once again, I'd still fuck. Especially if that's her flipping. Are you flipping or are you one of the bitches that's flipping them over? You better be flipping. You crazy bitch. Extreme. Cheer extreme.
People like, oh my God, you're getting old. Like, my back this, my back that, or they're just always complaining. If you're one of those people, honestly, you get what you say. Stop complaining about how you're too old for stuff. I'm 29 and I'm doing it. And I don't see myself really quitting.
Are those? These are kids. Are you cheering with kids?
I mean, it's my second year, like I said. I'm like, I was training up.
Get your fat ass out of here. Now I'm going to talk about you for being fat.
And I don't see myself really quitting. I mean, it's my second year, like I said. I'm like,
you fat bitch. You dishonor yourself. You dishonor yourself. You dishonor your family. You dishonor your cheer sisters. You dishonor your race. You fat Asian bitch. Why are you so fat? You are fat. And you want to be regular. See, you being there has made it clear that they do not have standards. They do not have standards. They let anybody in here. Your fat ass is there. Why are you fat? You're not at the top of the pyramid. You're the base for better bitches to flip on. You are terrible. You're a terrible human being. And this is what happens, fellas. They be online, bad bitches like this, be online, filtering they fat out, talking about I'm a cheerleader, and you might think like, ooh, you know, she can't be fat because she's Asian. And then you go to places and you go to extremes and you go to stuff to visit this Asian cheerleader because you think that you're getting a fucking Bailing or a Lucy Liu, one of those China women that never age because they're Asian, but they're never Asian. So you think that you're getting that, but instead you get this, a fat bitch. This is terrible.
Like I was training up until, an opportunity came along, and
those are girls. Oh wait, no. What the fuck? This is weird.
Opportunity means preparation, and there you go. Like I was like, oh my God, I have these.
These are grown women with backpacks cheerleading. Holy crap. This is terrible. This is some I scored 4 touchdowns with poke high stuff. They put backpack on to feel like kids. I thought they were kids, so they had backpack on. This is sad. This is sad. Yeah, Arrested Development. And she even said, like, I wasn't allowed to be a cheerleader because she wasn't cool like that in high school. So now she's taking a thing that lets in anybody. And she's, what is this? This looks like another basement. Why does she always find herself in basements?
Cute uniforms. I'm getting to team bond. I'm getting like all of the experiences that I wish I could have had at a younger age.
Yes, I know. What the fuck? Everybody knows that everybody is there for that reason. Everybody knows that this is not something regular people do. This isn't something that high school cheerleaders do. This is something that got cut from the cheerleader, that got cut from the cheer team did.
And now that I'm older, I can appreciate it so much more. So pretty much, girls, if you have a goal,
look at this fat bitch. And this one. This is terrible.
Hobby, something that you're really interested in doing, please go ahead and do it. We were actually won freaking first place, okay? It's actually...
Holy crap. I want to see who won last place.
My second time being like a grand champion. Like both teams I've been on, we've won. Like, come on, God is so good.
She's been on different teams.
Like, just go for it, girls. Like, seriously, go for it. Bye. This is an
Don't thank God for this crap. I know God is saying, hey, I ain't got nothing to do with this shit. Hey, here's some sunshine. Here's some rain on the farms. Here's some money for the homeless, but I ain't got shit to do with this. I ain't got shit to do with this. It's like the Special Olympics. No, it's like the old Olympics. It's like the elderly Olympics. It's like watching an 88-year-old woman try to outwalker an 87-year-old woman is what it is. It's the old Olympics. Oh, crap. It's like watching a 75-year-old man fight another 75-year-old man. It's like, yeah, I'm the champion. I knocked his dentures out. That's what this is. Oh, I'm a champion. Life isn't over at 30. Holy shit. By the way, there exists 30 and older year old actual cheerleaders. So I noticed, I'm not gonna say how I noticed, but I noticed. And these are cheerleaders for like actual teams. Like the Cowboys and stuff. And they've been cheerleading since college. And even though they have like job, career, family, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, they still cheer on the side because it's not a full-time thing. And kind of like Vanna White still turns the letters. At least I think she does. I don't really watch Wheel of Fortune like that. It's just one of those things. Like people become familiar with a person and they never really, they always look good for their age. So Vanna White just turns to like Vanna White has to be like 70 years old. She's been turning letters since I was I don't even think I was born when she turned her first letter. And I know she was even turning it while she was pregnant. And I think like the host, I think Pat Sajak, he either retired or died. So she's been turning letters for a long fucking time. So cheerleaders who cheer, they don't stop cheering as long as they can. So there are cheerleaders of actual teams her age, which is another portion of life that she don't have access to. And she bragging. She's stunting. Life not over at 30. So now that I've done this deep dive, we're going to go to the video that started it all. And we're going to close out on that. All right. Hit the like button, people. Hit that like button. I love doing deep dives. Oh, shit. Let's see what she has to say here.
If your dad was stingy with you and never gave you money, or you always had to beg for money growing up, this video.
Holy shit, I am glad. I'm so glad I clicked that. I am so glad. Black women, I'm glad I coined the phrase, Black women are the gift that keeps on giving. This is spectacular. Notice how she always just walks around complaining that shit's not good enough. Always. All fucking ways. She just goes around complaining that shit's not good enough. She gets a nice Airbnb in a basement. And yeah, my only complaint is that I can't have people over. So I don't know if this is an official policy. I'm going to call Airbnb to find out. My mom is a pick-me. And she wished she was me. She's always fucking complaining. Always fucking complaining. Let's see where complaint is now. My dad didn't give me enough shit.
Now, there was a video circulating about this woman who was teaching her like 6-year-old pretty much to ask for money for like this field trip. If you girls have seen it, it went viral. And pretty much she asked her grandfather on her maternal side. She asked her grandfather on her paternal side. She also asked her uncle on her maternal side. And then she asked her actual dad. And every man gave her money, but the dad. The dad was the only one that created this whole entire issue, lectured her. You shouldn't be asking people for money like that, even though it was her father. And that was so triggering for me. Actually, I believe the dad did say he was going to give her money, but ended up lying, and of course hurt the little girl's feelings because she's like, well, my dad's a liar. Like, pretty much he told me he would give the money and then never gave it to me. Like, and then of course she probably created some kind of complex after that moment because it was a big moment for her. Now, I think this is super, super relatable because if you as a grown woman, if you feel uncomfortable asking a man for money or expecting a man to provide for you, you have to go back to the source. Was your dad a stingy mofo? No, seriously. Was he?
I love black women. I love black women. I love black women. If you're bad at begging men for money now, it's because your father was a piece of shit, stingy motherfucker. Your father should have given you money so you could get used to getting money from men. So you can be an adult that's better at getting money from men. So I'll never forget this, right? I was maybe like 20 or so. I was working at a gas station. And which was also like a neighborhood market. During this, I had to work on Halloween. And and I had to work nights. So if you're black and you're young and healthy and you're a man, um, who do you think is going to work the night shift, right? Which just so happened to have been my plight at the time. So I got the night shift um, at the gas station because, you know, who better to rob, right? Anyway, I never got robbed though. So it's Halloween. I wish I could be out kicking it, but I have to work. And but what I did do was I bought a bucket of candy and I passed out to the kids. I worked there long enough to where neighborhood kids knew me, at least as a gas station man. And so kids would come and get their candy and shit for trick or treat. And then like the next day or the next couple days, right? Little black girl comes in and she asks for some free candy, not candy from the bucket that I had or left over. Nah, she want candy from like the store, like the candy bars and stuff. Like, hey, can it be free? And I'm thinking like, okay, maybe I set a bad precedence by giving out candy. You know, I'm in a store that sells candy, but I'm giving it out, so maybe that just set a bad precedent. Um, but you're not gonna come in here and get some free shit, right? So I said, no, that was for Halloween. She was like, please. I was like, no, you don't get free stuff for being cute. All right. She was a cute little girl. And then an older white girl who was my age says, you gotta wait until later. So I'm telling this girl you don't get free shit for being cute. And this attractive white girl was saying, you do, but you gotta wait until later. I couldn't really argue with the truth in it. And her complaining about this means tells me that her father was trying to stop her from being a spoiled bitch. And however, the spoiled bitch in her just rejected that. Like it was too much. You know, like you try to keep your kids off the streets, but you know, some kids are just born for that shit. They're just destined to be in jail.
The kind of man that would gladly give you money, or was he the kind of father that would huff and puff and ask you 10,000 questions as to why you needed that money, even if it was for a, I don't know, whatever, say it was for shopping, or say it was for you know, a sleepover or whatever.
Okay. I don't know why you need money for a sleepover. Um and yes, he should ask you questions on why he's giving you money. And you're not complaining that he didn't give it if it's for a valid reason, because you know kids are gonna do that. Like, hey, Dad, I need some money because we're going on a class field trip. That's the you don't just say I need money and he just give it to you. You say, because we were going class field trips to places like Great America or Water World or something like that, or Marine World. I don't even know if they still have Marine World. I mean, I know that they called it something else, but nevertheless, they would say, I need money for this reason. And if the reason was valid, you'd get the money. That no one wants to send a kid to Great America knowing that stuff is like 5 times more expensive with his stomach growling. So that looks bad on the parents. So yeah, you're gonna get some bread on these occasions. You're just saying that he should just give it to you just cause? What the fuck?
There's always, even if you had a practical reason as to why you needed that money, your father could have made some really big deal out of it, causing you to feel super insecure to ask a man for money. I can relate to this because when I was
I don't think your father made a big deal about it. It's like, what do you need the money for? Oh, I need it for, a trip. Remember I told you we were going camping? Like stuff like that. Yeah.
like a preteen, my dad started giving me like allowance, right? It was like $40 every like couple weeks or something like that. And I used that money to pay for my cheerleading private lessons. At the time, it was like $30 for like half an hour. So I used my allowance to further my passions because my parents were not going to.
Holy fucking shitballs. Holy fucking shitballs. Holy shitballs. So, her father, poor dad, her father paid her $40 every week or two. And let's just say it's every 2 weeks. So he paid her $80 to $100 a month. A large portion she spent for a cheer coach, and she wasn't a fucking cheerleader. Holy shit! Holy shit! Holy shit! Holy shit! Oh, my soul hurts. My soul hurts. You had a coach that you I'm not even going to thank God. I'm going to thank the force. I'm going to thank the force. The force led me to this video. Because remember, I just said, like, okay, I'm gonna end it where I started it. And I was gonna end it there. But something told me, the force told me to click this picture, and I'm so glad that I did. You paid $30 a month for a cheer coach, and you wasn't even a fucking cheerleader. And this is preteen. Now, hear me out now. This is preteen. So this is like 11, 12 years old. So, you gave your 11-year-old daughter $80 a month so that someday And she used that money for cheer lessons. And 7 years later, she still didn't make the cheer team. And she bitches at you. And she still bitches at you. She is treating you like your future. She's treating you like you are a fucking deadbeat, derelict dad. Like you Samuel L. Jackson on Menace to Society, dad. Like you are just the shit father of the universe. It's holy shit. And she still didn't make the cheer team until she was 30. Holy. This is the saddest thing ever.
Pay for that crap. So I was like, okay. So if I wanted to go to You Girls Know Limited 2, if I wanted to go to Abercrombie and Fitch, if I wanted to go to Hollister or go to these places or just go out with my friends, it was just such a tug of war to ask this man for money. And he was relatively successful.
Because you already have it. He basically is giving you $80 a month so you don't have to ask him for shit. So you don't have to ask him for Abercrombie and Fitch money. And I'm pretty sure in addition to that, he gave you like school clothes money as well. So you got your Abercrombie and Fitch money, but in addition to that, you want money to buy shit while your friends watch you buy shit during the year. Stupid spoiled whore.
So it's just so crazy because it's like you as a little girl, like, oh my God, I should be spoiled by my father. But we also know that a lot of men don't want to be fathers, or they feel super resentful towards their daughters because of bad family planning, a lack of family planning, or because of some type of situation. And what's really, really sad about the situation is a lot of these fathers, it's like it's unexplainable as to why they cannot bond with their daughters. They always have some type.
You've explained it very well. The reason that they can't bond with their daughters is because their daughters are spoiled little bitches. So I'm thinking about the passport bros. I paused because I just got to take this all in. That's why I paused like that. But I'm thinking about the passport bros. And I remember one time somebody asked me, like, what's the difference between buying a hoe in the US and buying a hoe in the not US? And I was saying, like, it's an appreciation factor. I think that there'll be a greater appreciation from a hoe that's not in the US because the money is more needed. They're more closer to destitute. So, while one group is on a corner sucking dick because she wants luxury items like Abercrombie and Fitch and shit, the other group is actually doing it to, on some city high. What would you do if your son was at home crying all alone on the bedroom floor because he's hungry? Like, you're supporting a whole different thing. The difference between want and need. And this enforces what I was thinking in that regard, because I literally, if this was my daughter, I would not buy her shit and spend the money that I would spend on her on orphan kids that are not mine, that I don't give a shit about. from a biological standpoint, or that I shouldn't give a shit about from a biological standpoint. And I would do that shit all the time. Like, you see this money? This is the money that I have set aside for you. This is 16. Wait a minute. Let me make sure I'm doing the math right. So that's the 16. So, no, my mistake. Let's just round it off to $2,000. This is $2,000. This is how much your allowance would be every year. Every year, I want you to take this money, go out and buy a bunch of toys and shit. And then I want you to personally deliver the money that should be for you, deliver the toys and shit to the local orphanage or orphanarium or wherever it is that they house orphans. And I want you to know that this is your shit. This is your would-be shit. If you wasn't a spoiled little cunt whore, wow. Just wow.
Of excuse as to why they couldn't bond or why they couldn't connect. And I feel like it's an overall lack of effort and a lack of love. And obviously the daughter's going to feel that. Like, the daughter's not going to be stupid and be like, oh yeah, my dad loves me because my mom told me so, because he says those 3 words. It's not. Once again, it conditions you as a little girl to accept less. Clearly I'm not a priority. Clearly I'm not a princess. I'm not the only girl in the world. Like, it's like that.
And she gets a follow. I gotta get more of this. Oh, I gotta get more of this. This is golden. This is golden. Oh wait, it just said I could not follow. She must be watching me. What in the fuck? Why did she block me from following? Oh, now it's following. Oh, okay, never mind. No, it says cannot follow. Why in the fuck can I follow? I don't Instagram. Like, or TikTok. Why can't I follow this person? Why? This is funnier. It's funnier that I can't follow. Am I on a list that bitches like this don't not let me follow because I'm a roast they shit? Wow. So basically, even though her father did provide more than most for her, because I grew up in a different time. Oh, and for an allowance, I didn't get 40 cents or 8 cents. So for her to get $80 a month is just wild. But I grew up, I'm older than her. But still, like, even if you calculate for inflation, it's still nothing. So for her to get $80 and complain, even if he had given her more, she still would be a little spoiled bitch. It's amazing. It was just inevitable.
So I would just urge you to go back to the source and then start asking yourself, okay, why do I feel uncomfortable, though, for real? Like, why do I feel uncomfortable? Was I shamed when I really wanted something? Did my father lie to me for months talking about he's going to give me the money, never gave me the money? Happened to me. Okay. Oh yeah, I'm going to do that for you. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. And then it never.
No, he gave you the money. It's called a fucking allowance. Wow. Serious, 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 serious issues. My parents made me get a job at 11 to pay for my clothes and shampoo. I didn't have to get a job at 11 because, quite frankly, no one would hire me at that age. I did have a job at 12, picking up trash at the schoolhouse, at the school I went to. So, at the junior high I went to. I didn't even know we were supposed to be asking for money. Yes, boo. You were supposed to be the princess in his life. Well, princesses marry princes, and they have little princesses and princes of their own. You're out talking about how street dudes give you more money. You hate your daughter. I'm going to say it for you because I know it's very taboo for you to say. But you fucking hate your daughter. Her mama hate her too. Her mama hate her as well as the father. I know the father's like, I should have never fucked that white woman. And I know the mama was like, I should have never fucked that nigga. I just know that they fucking hate you. They just parentally obligated to not say it and to treat you and to like let you live there and shit. But I know that they fucking hate you. I know that. Jesus fucking Christ. And it's never going to be over. The fucking torment of you as a daughter is never going to fucking end. You're never going to get married. You're just going to be there doing shit to them for the rest of their fucking life. Holy fucking shitballs. Damn. Damn. That is a fucking nightmare. That is a fucking nightmare. I don't have a daughter, so I don't know if I could do this to somebody who I looked in the eye since they were a little girl. But if she just became my daughter yesterday, I know she's not young enough to do this. I don't know how old y'all think I am, but I'm not old enough to be her father. But nevertheless, let's just say I was. Let's say she was younger, right? And that was my daughter, and she just became my daughter overnight. I would leave her in a third world slum. Just so they can actually see how light-skinned girls live overseas. I would do, you know, be like, hey, how would you like to go to Carnival in Brazil? Oh, really? Yes. Yes, we're going to go to Carnival in Brazil. I'll get you a hotel room next to mine. And then when Carnival is over, you will find my hotel empty. Somebody's going to knock on your door and say, housekeeping, housekeeping. And you're going to have to get the fuck out and figure out life in Brazil. and because you won't have no money to get back because you're broke as fuck. And you will have to figure out life from the point of view of poor girls and everywhere else. You're going to know how to stretch $80 in, I bet. I'll never forget that day my dad got me and my sister for the weekend. Holy shit. We were around 10 and 5 years old. So your dad got shared custody and he has to put up with a spoiled fucking whore cunt. This is madness. Took us to a pizza restaurant when we said we'd like to have he took. Wait, maybe I'm tripping. I'm getting lazy because I've been on this like 4 hours. Let me see. Okay, when we said what we'd like to have, he took us to the menus and said, "Are you two paying?" Okay. Now I have issues accepting people spending more than $50 on me. That is weird. I think he said it like jokingly. Unless I asked for something like ridiculously expensive. I think he was saying it jokingly. My sister clings to outrageous materialistic as. Listen, you're materialistic bitches because you're materialistic bitches. If your father bought you everything you wanted, it's like I'm spoiled because I want a man to treat me like my dad treated me. If your father tried to be realistic and grounded you, no, I'm just getting a man to substitute for what my father didn't give me. You're spoiled bitches because you're spoiled bitches. And really, I'm be honest, it's because you're black women. We internalize shame, embarrassment differently. They saying we will see actually triggers me. Okay, enough of this. Why do I say you're spoiled bitches because you're black women? Black women always have it in the back of their head that how things would be if they were white. They always have that. They're always competing with this invisible white woman that don't really know she exists or is competing with her. Always. If I was white, I would be a cheerleader and I would be married to a rich guy, and this guy would just spoil me, and I wouldn't have to do anything because the maids would do stuff, and I wouldn't have to have sex either because they don't do that. They just do that when they want to have a baby. But I wouldn't have like a baby. I would just like have a surrogate mother, and this is how white women live. All white women just like don't do shit while their men just bring home buckets of money to them every day and they spend it. They have this imaginary white woman in their head that they're competing with. And they're always losing because it's imaginary. I'm pretty sure white girls have a father just buy them stuff and they don't even have to tell them why. The fathers don't ask questions. The fathers just the white girl could just walk up to her father and say, give me money. And he just gives it to her because she's white and that's his princess. And she's a cheerleader because she's white. They live with this shit in their fucking brain. All the fucking time. Every time a date goes wrong, would this have happened if I was a white girl? Every time they want something and can't have it, like each and every other single human being on the planet, they feel that white woman would have it. There's different levels of privilege that exist. And no matter what level of privilege a black woman is on, she feels that it would be greater if she was a white woman. And black women innately are mad at black men for not making them white women. Hit the like button. That's the realest thing you're ever going to hear this year, which is about to be over. All right, I'll read some comments. I'm not going to end where we start. I'm just going to end. She thought she was going to be a Dallas cheerleader. Holy crap, the cheerleader. She spent $30 of her $80, and it's a wonder that she lives at home. Once again, being a cheerleader is a white girl thing. Make no mistake. Cheerleading is a white girl thing. Why is cheerleading a white girl thing? Because it requires that you do something that black girls refuse to do. And that is support your men. Cheerleaders are a support system to whatever team it is they're cheering for, whether it's football, basketball, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Did they have cheer teams in black high schools? Absolutely. But it's not as high on the social hierarchy as it is in the white high schools. Because in black communities, supporting your men is looked down upon. It's not held in high regard. And because cheerleaders are male supporters, you see where this is going. And don't get me wrong, I'm not saying black girls can't move, at least before they turn fat. But that's limited to like dance team, pep squad type shit, which is them dancing for themselves. It's not in support of a man. They do shit like that. But she wants to be a cheerleader. Why? Because it will solidify her place in whiteness. This is where we are, complaining about fathers being financially disciplined instead of complaining about promiscuous mothers. Yeah. She complained about her mother too. Just came out, 50 Cent dumped his file because what's a file? Because she asked for 10K. Stay single and don't have kids. This is probably their only daughter too. This is the emotional abandonment piece. Men who have to stick around tend to zone out on autopilot. Yep. Oh man, if this was my daughter, I would be on some fuck them kids shit real quick. She knew GC would find the entitled light-skinnedness eventually. I guess, because that's wild that I pressed the follow button and it's saying you can't follow. What? That has never happened ever. She's probably watching right now. Hey, if you are a crazy, stuck up, entitled bitch, and you heard me say that, I'd fuck. and I would fuck you knowing that you are those things. Like, you're not going to seduce me out of that. Like, you still are those things. Yep. She's aware of my work. Okay, so yeah. Then I'm doing my job well. There was actually a reality show where parents left their spoiled daughters in underdeveloped countries in order to teach them. Um, I'm trying to. Okay, wait. In order to teach them how to appreciate what they have at home. There's a tribe. I'm trying to think of the tribe because I know the exact tribe I would leave this bitch in. And I seen the women there, and they were making a hut out of shit. It's like a big pile of cow shit and sticks. And that's where I would leave her. And they clean their vagina by smoking incense and putting it on their pussy. And that's where the fuck she would be. Tits out, instant pussy, fucking shit hut living bitch. Being a cheerleader meant nothing at black schools. They don't care. They only care about dance girls. Stop saying the shit I say. It, all right, let me see. You probably said it before I said it. All right, let's see. And notice how the dance girl thing is completely sexual versus cheerleaders who are actually cheering for the team. See, well, no matter what, it's just them getting attention for them, not supporting their men. Imagine not liking men, but wanting to do an activity that supports men. Yeah. She has a video that says, when men tells you, wait, when a man tells you no, he hates you. She has a video that says, when a man tells you no, he hates you. Okay. I can't subscribe, so fuck it. That's wild. I'm kind of flattered. I got to keep it a buck. I'm kind of flattered that I got like pre I don't want this nigga follow me type deal. Like I am flattered by that. I'm gonna keep it a buck. You know, she's either watching now or she watched before and like nope. She's she's seen me roast other bitches and knew that she was in the chamber. She knew that she was in the fucking chamber. Yeah. It's like that scene on I'm hungry, so my mind isn't 100% right now. But it's like that scene on Nutty Professor where Dave Chappelle played, where Reggie, played by Dave Chappelle, was on stage roasting people, and he was just making his round. It's like, she got more extensions than AT&T, and he was just going around the room roasting people one by one and shit. And then Professor Clump, played by Eddie Murphy, he knew he was in the chamber. He knew he was in the line of sight. He knew that he was about to get it. So he tried to leave. He tried to exit. He knew that he was in the fucking chamber to get roasted. He was already in the stove. He was already in the stove. She knew that she was already in the stove. She knew that it was coming. She knew that it was coming. I ain't done yet. Just because you knew it was coming, I got some more. This is squeeze it, squash it. Gamma. All right. Stupid spoiled whore. All right, let me go back some.
Upgraded
It's
you.
buffering. Maybe
It's
I
really
won't do the last
common
one.
for
Oh, here
us
we go.
women to upgrade men based off our looks, our social status, or whatever. But when's the last time a man really upgraded you? That's a real question. I just reposted a video pretty much saying very similar things, but I'm going a bit deeper. Pretty much, he said it only takes one man to really show out, for you to really understand your standards or to never settle. And I could not agree more. I think it's something that the more you date, the more you realize I already know what asset I am to a man, but truly, how are you really elevating my life? Not just making my life easier, but how are you really taking me to the next level as a man? And I think a lot of women haven't experienced that. I remember, I think out of all the dates I've been on, only one man stands out probably in the past 3 years where, and that's even including men that I was taking very seriously. Okay. But this one man, I did speak about him before, and I nicknamed him as V. But I remember being so in awe of how he was just coming out the gate with the energy, with that investment, and with his integrity. I was just so like, okay. Don't get me wrong, I've met a lot of successful men. I've met a lot of men who, I think by normal standards would be impressive if you didn't look deeper. Like, this is going to sound so petty, but whatever, okay? So, when you're dating for lifestyle, okay, it can get a little bit annoying because you would.
Some videos she's dating for lifestyle, other videos she's dating for marriage. In other videos she's dating street dudes for money.
Assume men that have made it or who have the resources to partake in certain luxuries and perks would be doing so. Not the case. Personally, it's a pet peeve of mine. If I'm putting you on to all of the nice fine dining establishments, you do not know where to stay in big cities. It does not make sense that you do not know about boutique hotels, or that you do not know certain things a man should know about suits, or like how to dress for a date, or like it just, it sounds so petty, but I.
Wow. She's basically saying, I know how to spend your money. It bothers me that you don't know anything about luxury hotels and boutique hotels. That's because he has a fucking home. That's not with his mother. So, when you're spending his money, it's all about boutique hotels. When you're spending his money, when you're spending your money, it's all about DMV basements. His money, boutique hotels. Your money, DMV basement. His money, your money.
No, it's not. Like, it means so much to me. Like, I do not know how to express this. But of course, like we could talk about a man being really generous, and we know all those things, but I think when it comes to really putting me on and really impressing me, it's like do something I cannot do for myself for real. Like if I can do it and I'm not.
He is doing something that you can't do for yourself. It's called paying fucking rent. You ignorant twat. He is doing something that you can't do for yourself. It's called fucking you. It's called putting a dick in your mouth. So, because a guy don't really know about the boutique hotels that exist in the world, and you do, he's not, and you expect him to take you to those hotels, I'm sure, because you're not gonna fuck in your parents' house. So, you expect him to take you to those hotels. And because he says when visiting you, what's a good hotel, you're like, you should know that. So, in addition to you require that he flies himself in, that he provides his own transportation, that he supplies his own hotel, he should not need recommendations from you, a person who lives in that city. Wow.
At your level financially and I can still manage and finagle to do certain things, I would expect you to already know 10 steps ahead of me. Be 10 steps ahead of where to stay in big cities. It does not make sense that you do not know about boutique hotels or that you do not know certain things a man should know about suits or like how to dress for a date or like it sounds so petty, but I know it's not. Like it means so much to me. Like I do not know how to express this. But of course, like we could talk about a man being really generous, and we know all those things, but I think when it comes to really putting me on and really impressing me, it's like do something I cannot do for myself for real. Like if I can do it and I'm not at your level financially and I can still manage and finagle to do certain things, I would expect you to already know 10 steps ahead of me. Be 10 steps ahead of me. Okay? That's all I got to say with that. But just ask yourself, like, when's the last time a man has really like impressed you? Maybe with experiences, maybe with finances. I don't know, but like, when has a man really just freaking showed out in all ways? The man that I was referring to earlier, V, he showed out in all ways. Okay, so I have.
How did that work out for him?
Not met another successful man that has done that, which is so bizarre. When's the last time?
Okay. This is exhausting. It's hilarious, but exhausting. I cannot imagine like medieval times. Actually, I'm not even going to do that. Imagine today, but society was structured to where like in medieval times the father had to find like a husband for their daughters. Like y'all remember Game of Thrones where he was trying to find a husband for his daughter, so he had to give his army in order to get a dude to fuck his daughter. Remember that? So It was a difficult task finding a man to marry your daughter. Imagine if men had to do that today. And this is your daughter. I'm picturing it. I'm picturing it. You know what I would say? Because I could picture a guy just seeing like the picture and maybe seeing her in life with makeup on and and walking down the aisle and you give the daughter away. And I would just whisper to the young man in his ear, like, hey brother, I'm sorry about this. And he not realize what the fuck I was talking about until he met her. He wouldn't realize what the fuck I was apologizing for until afterwards. He's like, what the fuck? Like, hey son, I'm sorry about this. But I really got to get rid of this bitch. I'm sorry about this. Holy shit. The dowry on her would have to be fucking huge. Huge. And it's like, because people do this. Well-to-do people do this. Like they marry for connections and shit, and they marry for like promotions and shit. Like the father is a CEO, and because you're the son-in-law, you get special privileges and promotions and early advancement and shit like that. He would have to fucking make him like ridiculously wealthy to put up with this broad. Somebody says she wants to date Professor X. If I was Professor X, this bitch would be normal. I would use my mental ability to fucking normalize this broad. Cause she's suffering from stupid. Yeah, I would. All right, I'm done. Want to thank everybody that participated. GameChanger 0010, game over. Peace.